all zero of you, hello. Welcome to Talking Fantasy People, where really Eric feels like chatting to the internet for a bit before presumably he'll get tired and want to go to bed. Kapia was so uncooperative with the thumbnails, it was just ridiculous. You have never seen a cat cooperate less than she did with me trying to get her in the thumbnail. Every time I'd get her in frame, she'd just move her head at the last second. There. Hi, Mean Bird. How are you? You're actually, as we discussed before, quite a nice bird. So hopefully you are flying free in the sky, pooping on people's cars, stuff that birds do. Bird stuff. Kitty. Oh, kitty. Kitty, my kitty. If I were going to write a poem about you, it would be like this. Kitty, kitty, kitty. You're not shitty. Kitty, kitty, kitty. You're so good. I like your soft fur. I like your soft fur. I'll pat it with my hand. That's my poem for my cat. I just wrote that poem right now. Probably the best poem I've ever written. I like it a lot. Kitty, 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 you're not shitty. You're actually fine. Kitty, 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 you're your own kitty, but kind of, you are mine. Because she's such a good kitty. It's understandable. You get a little kitty focus when you got a kitty right here. That wasn't the intent. My main concern was I'm concerned that maybe the question of the title might have shocked you. You might have some trouble recovering that. People in shock, they need to be given a blanket, even if it's warm outside. Keep that in mind next time you encounter somebody in shock. So, you might be like, yeah, but it's like 75. Do we really need to put a blanket on this guy? Well, if he's in shock, if he's medically in shock, then yeah, you're supposed to, I think. I think so. Not a smallpox blanket, another blanket. Hi, Daniel Barry, Sports Highlights. Okay, so many pets are required. I understand. I see the truth and the goodness of your ways. At long last. I do. I see them. Hi, Sarah. How's it going? Hey, talk about rigged debates. Which debates are rigged? You mean like the presidential debate? Presidential debates are not debates. If you leave, don't look back. I can't sing that song so much, maybe. I got like copyrighted a lot when I was singing covers and stuff. That's not a bad kind of copywriting. It's just a bit of a cover. But I'm going to ask everybody here a trivia question I asked Rachel earlier, which is this. At what price will I let go? Okay. At what price will I let go? She's a very good kitty. Yes, you're my wonderful kitty friend. Yes, your beauty and glory are constantly re-astonishing me again, Nurse Joy. I am Brock to your Nurse Joy. It's like I was thinking actually before I started this about if we could somehow manage to accomplish the following thing, it would be great. A standardized approach, still having to be a two-party system, but a standardized approach that affords less moneyed candidates more of an opportunity to be considered, something that requires actual debates on actual policy issues between two candidates only at a time, and that each candidate must debate each other candidate. That makes sense. If you leave, Kitty. Okay, here's another trivia question. If you leave, what should you do? That's right, you should don't look back. Remember this as well. I always said we'd meet again. When? Someday. That's when. Okay? It's a hard song to hit the high note in. Really hard song to hit the high note in. Really hard high note to hit, I guess you could say. Another home run for the Athletics. Great job, Law Dog Lawrence Butler, but as I sometimes call you. What was I talking about? I was going to say, it was really. Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious me, I cannot remember. I cannot remember. Well, it's fine. I gotta tell you, everything is so fine these days. You know why? Because about a week ago, I started taking Prozac, Rachel's Prozac. And I tell you, man, it's like, oh, it's fine. All this worry, anxiety, shame, and guilt, and all this stuff. It was getting kind of like a little overwhelming sometimes. So I was like, yeah, I'm gonna try one of Rachel's Prozacs. Taking one every day for the last, like, I don't know. I didn't take one today, did I? No, I didn't. Hardala or critical? Roger that. Yes, sir. Hardala or critical? I don't know what Hardala or critical means. Um, I guess hard Allah would be, the thuggy version of Allah. Kind of. Cat is good stress relief. You're right. But sometimes it causes stress when the other cat bugs me. Because the other cat wants me to watch him eat every time he eats food. This cat is sane. She eats her food without me needing to watch her at all. Oh, good kitty. Wonderful kitty. Beautiful kitty. Kitty of goodness, kitty of truth. You have the spirit of justice in your heart, kitty. And Daddy knows. And Daddy loves. Yes. These are the two things that Daddy does. Daddy knows and Daddy loves. Oh, yes. And oh, yes. You are such a beauty, Pooh. Okay, full face pulls. Okay. Face pulls galore. Yes. Very fine kitty. Very special friend. Give me the head push. Oh, thank you for the head push. That's when I'm really getting the true gift of love from kitties when she gives me the head push. She knows I love it, so she only gives it to me every once in a while. Oh, thank you for the head push. What a good kitty. Hey, brother, can you sing the Titanic song? The Titanic was a boat and it was sailing in a moat until it crashed into something big. Turned out it didn't end up well 'cause all those people in the swell all died of very cold water. There you go. Hope you enjoyed it. I call that one the Titanic song. It tells the story, the nutshells of it. Wonderful lady, important friend, valued member of the family. I love this cat a lot. I mean, because this cat was literally born in bed right next to me. She's the daughter of a previous cat I had. This was the one kitten we couldn't get rid of. It was Capillo. So now she's our cat. Her mom is gone, but she's here. Oh, yes. Daddy knows. With his emotion heart. Yes. I use all the emotions in my heart to love you. Except for one, the emotion of hate. I would never use the emotion of hate to love my cat. Just the emotion of love. Yeah, I do get a lot. I mean, this is the one who wants pets, who comes over and says, okay, I'm sitting here on the arm of the chair because I want you to pay attention to me and pet me and stuff. Treble doesn't really want pets. He just wants to kind of control things, be a bossy boss. And he'll tolerate pets if you do what he wants. So he's a much more trouble. This is the cat about whom I wrote the song Wonderful Kitty. The other cat did not get a song called Wonderful Kitty because his name is Trouble for a reason. He's very much trouble. Like even right now, what is he doing? He's sitting over here just to make sure that Capillo has to go the long way if she wants to go into the kitchen because he's a bully. I don't know what to do about it. You know, it's just, he's such a dick. She's looking at me, looking at you, looking at me, and so on. I see. Well, hi, space. Hi. I am currently enjoying some absolutely delightful northern lights. It just smokes like a little slice of key lime pie. In the summertime, right when you want it, it's cold. It's got Cool Whip on top of it. That's what this Northern Lights is like. It's just, home sweet home. I love this strain. You can't even get it. You can't get this strain anywhere anymore. Everybody's bred all these. Well, let's try to get the THC levels as high as possible so we can sell it to idiots at the store for more money. I want to tell you what's a better alternative. How about we keep good strains that are good because they're good and not worry so much about what number it has after it at the store? How about that? Rachel's upstairs. She's listening to tarot card videos, I believe. Talk about meat pies. When I was in Russia, I went to Moscow and St. Petersburg right around the time of Glasnost, which was, early 90s, mid 90s maybe, is when I went. So, it was close to a decade had passed after the Berlin Wall had fallen, probably 6, 7 years. But anyway, they sold hot meat pies on the street. I ate a lot of them. I asked my friend Will, who spoke Russian. He went to college with me and studied Russian history and Russian language and then went to work in Russia. Anyway, I stayed in his apartment when I went there for much of the time, except when I went to St. Petersburg. I asked him, what kind of meat is in these hot meat pies? They say the thing in Russian and say, what are they selling there? He's like, oh, that means hot meat pie. So what kind of meat are in these hot meat pies anyway that I've been eating? He's like, you don't want to ask. You don't want to know. I have no idea. Could be anything. I'm like, well, they're good. Just, I kind of hope it's regular meat like cow or pig and not like possum or something. I don't know. I don't know. William, my friend Will, said um, that he wasn't sure and you don't want to ask. That's what he told me. So I don't know what was in them, but they were fine to eat. You know what else they stole on the street in Moscow besides hot meat pies? They had little vodka kiosks. Where they sell, as you're walking the sidewalk, there'd be a kiosk that would sell you a shot of vodka. It's like all they sold. They had little paper cups, a bottle of vodka. Like, what's going on here? And he's like, oh, vodka kiosk. Vodka kiosk? Wow. That's really something. You must really have to like vodka a lot to have street vendors selling um I'm not saying you're not my friend William. I'm saying the person I stayed with in Russia, that guy, that Will. And he went by Will, not by William, but I saw your name and it got me mixed up in my head for a second. How the hell were they an empire? Drunkenly? A lot of crazy history for humanity has been made drunkenly because historically people have been much more drunk than they are now. Alcohol consumption is lower than it used to be by a fair amount. That's why, I mean, drunkenness was such a big problem, an actual big problem, that there was sufficient political energy to get prohibition passed as a constitutional amendment, right? Because it was just, the country was rife with alcohol. Just drinking whiskey first thing in the morning, or good old fashioned drunk. So, anyway, what other kind of meat pies could I talk about? Well, let's talk about a couple of things called chicken pot pies and beef pot pies. They're two kind of pot pies. The only difference is one's got chicken and one's got beef. There might be other differences too, but I don't know because I'm not Sue. And Sue's the lady who makes the pies. And that is why I won't tell no lies. The end. So there. I talked about meat pies some more. Hot meat pies. Now let me talk to you guys about my genius idea for an album in which I'm just going to cover all the classic great songs that we all enjoy. I'm going to have My Bonnie Lies Over the Ocean. I'm going to have Row, Row, Row Your Boat. I'm going to have Camptown Races. I think I'm going to have Dixie. That song. Let's see. I could have either Three Blind Mice or Hot Cross Buns. I could do that. This Old Man. Good. That's a good one, William. Good call there. That's the set list. I think I might do My Country 'Tis of Thee. It's a little political, but I think it's okay. It'll be fine. Old Susanna, of course, Old Susanna. Whenever Old Susanna comes on in like a bar or something, everyone's like, oh my God, Old Susanna, Don't you cry for me. Meow, 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 with the banjo on my knee. And everyone's just going off. It's like raving, like just exploding the roof off the place. That's the kind of spirit and energy that old Susanna brings to eat any affair, really. It's perfect for anything, from wedding to funeral to long car ride. Um, we could have a bonus CD that does all verses of 99 bottles of beer on the wall for those long drives. I'm thinking Mary Had a Little Lamb. Um, oh, right, of course. I almost forgot this one. This is pretty critical. Shoot, this one will be like my kind of cool jazz. What are those kind of singers called that are crooners? This will be my crooner one. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming round the mountain when she comes. Shabba dabba doobity ba. Exactly, William. A little scatting in there. Hi, my beautiful darling Rachel. How are you? Do you know what I did a little while ago? Oh, I'm going to admit this to you. I snuck up with my flip flops off to listen to the door of your room and make sure you weren't talking to any boys. Hi, naughty boy, says Mariana Silva. What makes me naughty? Unless you mean naughty like a tree is naughty, in which case it's spelled Knotty. You think she'll be coming around the mountain as a metal song? Or like super fast toy dolls punk or something? Shall I come around when she comes, come around when she comes? You're hot for like my grandpa. Well, thanks, Mariana Silva. It's because I spent a number of years in beauty school learning how to make myself. Sweet Caroline, no. We cannot add that one. That's not classic enough. Okay, we want more classic than that. Anyway, my years in beauty school have obviously paid off. I am hotter than I've ever been. I've had these beauty lines added, and you can see they've really done a lot for me. I've got the best plastic surgeon. I went in there, my forehead was just shamefully flat. I said, "Can you put some lines here? Fisting or rimming?" Um, I'm going to say neither. And interesting question. I'll ask one back for you. ATM or felching? With a banjo on my knee. Yes, indeed. The thing about that is probably a lie, right, in those lyrics, because banjos are round. They don't sit on your knee. You have to have a strap. You cannot put a banjo on your knee. Blonde or redhead? I'll take Rachel, whatever color her hair is. It's kind of blondish, brownish. I don't know what color you call it. I'd call it, I'll take Rachel again, Mariana Silver, my beloved and lovely wife. Regardless, Red River. I don't know about Red River, but I'm thinking maybe if I wanted to get really serious on the album, I could put Moon River. Moon River, meowing over there, with meowing in the air tonight, and meow, 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 meow. It's a good song, Moon River. I'd call that more of a jazz standard than in the Camptown Races category of song. I really want to keep limited to just like the Camptown Races category of songs. We will throw in onto this compact disc. It's going to be only available on compact disc, and we will have as a nod to Brian Wilson, Shortening Bread. Brian Wilson had this weird obsession with the song Shortening Bread. He recorded many different recordings of it. Mama wants shortening, shortening, shortening. Mama likes shortening, shortening bread. Mama loves shortening, shortening, shortening. Mama loves shortening, shortening bread. He's right. It's pretty spectacular. Do I like Paul Simon? Eh. I mean, I think Simon and Garfunkel had some pretty great songs. Paul Simon wrote some pretty great songs, but he's just kind of terminally uncool in some way. Paul Simon himself. Trump or Kamala? I don't want either of them. But, I'm not going to vote in this election. Kamala Harris, she is spending all of her energy trying to say absolutely nothing. Trump at least tells you what he thinks, right or wrong. You might say like, yeah, but he's saying horrible things that are clear and it expresses actual meaning, but there is horrible meaning. With William, that's not funny, okay? That's hey, there's something a little bit problematic with that, okay? You need to wake up, get woke, and realize that everybody's as tall as they want to be. Um, like I like to say, it's like weak intuition and no logic versus no intuition and the wrong kind of logic. Trump is weak intuition, no logic. Kamala Harris is no intuition, the wrong kind of logic. They're both not suitable for the job at all. I think at the moment I'm feeling more negative about Kamala Harris than I am about Trump, but that could just be recency bias. It's like, I don't know. I really didn't like Trump during his term, but in looking back at it, it's like, well, he didn't do a terrible job. In terms of actual impacts, okay? In terms of lots of other things, he did a terrible, terrible, terrible job. That's what prosecutors do, Hero Lamb. That's how they advance. What they do, they're horrible people. They take citizens who maybe run afoul of the law for something that's actually rights violating, or maybe they just ran afoul of the law for some bullshit. Like they didn't pay a ticket and then there was a bench warrant and right? Or drugs. Prosecutors are evil. As part of the adversarial process, they believe they should be as robust in their end of the adversarial process as possible. Except they have essentially Kamala Harris, like all prosecutors, spent her whole career replacing the idea of a person's guilt or innocence being decided by a jury trial with her own judgment by way of overcharging people to force them to accept pleas for less than the shit ton that she's threatening, but at probably more than they deserve. And with people who aren't, no one would ever be able to fool me. Okay, like as soon as if I were involved in a criminal affair, if I was on the wrong end of the law with a criminal affair, I would only take a plea bargain if I was factually guilty and the plea bargain was essentially just not really a plea bargain, but just pay this fine and yeah. If there was some kind of jail time involved or whatever, and certainly if I was factually innocent, I would, regardless, immediately demand a jury trial. I want a jury trial. I want my speedy jury trial. Don't drag your feet on this shit. I'm not accepting any plea bargains. You can stop your overcharging bullshit. I'm totally way ahead of you. I know exactly what you're doing. It's evil, wrong, and fucked up. And I'm glad I'm here in front of you in this criminal court so that I can explain how evil, wrong, and fucked up what you're doing is. Not just to me. I'm not worried about me because you're an idiot compared to me, you stupid prosecutor. I'm worried about regular people. They'll do all kinds of horrible threats to leverage people to avoid to sign away their right to a jury trial and accept some kind of a plea, you know. And understandably, people in that situation they don't have faith that they're going to win because they're right. See, that's the difference between me and everybody else, right? If I'm right and it's an accountability forum like a court, I assume 100% I'm going to win for sure if I'm right. And I should be able to know whether I'm going to be able to win by whether or not they're in the wrong every time. Yeah, prosecutors are horrible people. Nobody should vote for one, obviously. There are a couple of prosecutors who recently have started to go into the field with I'm going to break this cycle of bullshit and only prosecute real crimes, but they still use plea bargaining. Over 90% of criminal cases end in a plea rather than actually seeing a jury trial. You know, that's just regular people don't get it, right? You are always better off with the jury trial. If you're got a good, I guess if you got a good lawyer. I wouldn't necessarily need a good lawyer. I'd be definitely better off with a jury trial. Easy breezy, cheesy, lemon squeezy. Hello, fellow followers of Coach Eric. Coach Eric. Oh yeah, because she doesn't think she's even lying with her political drivel discourse that passes for saying things in her world. I just right away I gave her I, at first when she switched out with Biden I was like, well, I don't really know anything about her. We'll see what I think about her. As soon as I saw like her first commercial that she played in California, I was just like, oh my God, I hate this woman. I hate her so much. All I need to see is one commercial to know how duplicitous and talking out of her ass she is. She does not care at all about whether what she's saying is accurate. If it's political discourse, she just assumes it's anything goes. Like saying there's the right to an abortion is guaranteed by the Constitution. The right to an abortion, let's just be honest about this, is not guaranteed by the Constitution. Nowhere in the Constitution does it say that. And this is what she says in her commercial. So does she think, and what part of the Constitution does she think protects it? There is no right to privacy. That's why Roe v. Wade was struck down. If she thinks the Constitution protects it among the unspecified but identified extra rights that belong to the states and the people, well, that's fine, but that's not case law. That's not been established in case law. That would just be her her justification for why the Constitution protects it. She should know as a prosecutor that that is not how it's interpreted in case law at all. That there's no explicit guarantee for that in the Constitution at all, and that while you could justify such a right under the 10th Amendment, the Supreme Court has not done so. So she's just being completely dishonest. I don't know if she arrested people for weed. She arrested people for drugs, I'm sure. She didn't arrest people for anything. She prosecuted them, you know? So the cops bring in somebody and say, like, these guys had coke in the car or something. And she says, okay, let's try to, if you don't sign this plea deal, we'll charge you with interstate trafficking. We'll charge you with attempt to sale to a minor because there were some children in a car near you when we pulled you over or something, you know, and it's somebody else's car near you. That's the shit the prosecutors do. Fucking scumbags. And there's exactly two reasons why she ever was Biden's vice president anyway. Race and gender. That's the only reason she doesn't have any charisma really. And she's just painfully non-intuitive. But you know, Biden's gotta show the left his love of diversity, or else, you know, things won't be diverse enough. How about we just have things be done for the right reasons instead of for just as a this'll look nice next to this old white man without any consideration of actual qualifications, just saleability. Ay, ay, ay. Horrible, horrible. But you know, what am I going to do about it? Nothing right now. Just going to lament the thing. Of course, I I don't like Trump either. I can't believe they said that if you're black, you should automatically vote left. Isn't that racist? Of course it's racist. Both sides are racist, right? Like, Trump doesn't like immigrants. He's got this weird fixation about how they're the problem, even though they're not. And I believe it's his fixation too. I don't think he's just trying to rile up the base. He's of the base. He is that, you know. That at least you know about Trump. You know what kind of idiot exactly he is, and he'll stay that kind of idiot. Seems like um, Kamala is down to party with every kind of idiocy, and we'll see each kind displayed in vivid color. So, you know, you've got the left trying to say that progressivism is somehow um, a duty if you were a right-thinking person, yeah, without, you know, just you got your normal partisan bullshit, and you know what happens. We have now really finally just said, all right, things are so broken that these are the candidates we have here. Turd sandwich or giant douche? Just like in South Park says. So, I don't know. I'd rather elect like a dog to be president. I'd rather have a dog as president than either of those two people. At least a dog wouldn't do much. The biggest trouble that dog would get into is maybe pooping in the Oval Office. You get a nice dog like our neighbor's dog. I'd prefer our neighbor's dog over Trump or Harris. Well, maybe I'll write in a vote for your dog. Well, I mean, yeah, it's unfortunate when things aren't meritocratic. It's actually unconstitutional and illegal as well. But some such quotas still exist. Asians aren't that into fighting fires, is what they're like. It'll burn out by itself. Sometimes they're right. It's a little bit of a laissez-faire approach to things. But isn't it funny that I still worry about sometimes? Like, I wonder if Rachel's secretly talking to a boy upstairs. And I gotta sneak up to her door barefoot and listen to see what's going on in there. Right in Floyd, I think I might, if I were gonna go vote, I'd write in, I'd write in Taylor Swift. You know, she could probably say, hey, let's have a writing campaign and she'd have a chance of winning. I'd rather have Taylor Swift than either of the candidates. I wouldn't want Travis Kelce as the first husband, but I'd take Taylor Swift. I have no idea what her politics are at all, but she's got to be better than these two fucking shitbags. Oh, Floyd's your dog, huh? Hi, Victor. It is good to see you as well, and I hope you find a pleasant time, a pleasant voyage here on Comfort Core. That's right. Comfort Core here on Talking with Famous People is a new addition to our programming lineup in which I try to present to you the most comfortable, pleasant, easy listening content I can. What am I smoking? Some absolutely wonderful homegrown Northern Lights. I just keep pulling bowls of it because it's so fantastic. Tastes great. I love the high. It leaves you with a fresh, kind of Northern Lighty zest all within you. It's wonderful. Oh, yes. And it's hard to get this strain, right? You can't find this in the store usually. I had to get the heirloom strain seeds, Got heirloom Northern Lights, got heirloom Jack Herrera, got Gorilla Glue #4, which is a much more recent strain. And then I got, cherry pie. The cherry pie turned out fine, good, but it's more of a like ordinary weed for ordinary days and ordinary times. You had no idea I was at the door. Well, that's because I snuck up with my bare feet, being very quiet to sneak up on your door. Hey, Eric, did you ever look into or read about that fake elector scheme Trump was involved in? Oh, no, I haven't. I mean, sounds like some bullshit Trump would try to pull. What can I say? They're both terrible. Well, that's fine. I know I'm being ridiculous, but I find somehow some solace or some satisfaction in checking on you when you're not expecting it. So as to catch you doing something bad if you're doing anything bad. But yeah, the thing is, I don't think in no sane moment do I believe that you're talking sexy talk with other boys or whatever. But I still want to sneak up and listen at the door, and I kind of just somewhere in my heart, oh my God, what if I put my ear up against the door and I hear this guy going, look, just call me when you can, all right? And show me your tits before we go, okay? I love you, babe. That would be horrible, right? Well, that never happens. You'd have to be a pretty sneaky sis, like in the Connect Four commercial. Um, and extremely sociopathic to be sustaining this very loving engagement with me while concurrently cheating in some way. Did Shea Langoliers hit another one? See you later. That ball is hit deep. 2-run home run game. 2-home run game for Shea Langoliers. His 27th and 28th home runs were hitting this game. Well, I mean, he's not the first person to do that. The worst culprit regarding electors was Hillary Clinton, essentially colluding with the Democratic Party to cheat Bernie Sanders out of the nomination that he would have won. So I don't like Trump already. You don't need to convince me of that he's bad. But remember that these kind of horrible shenanigans are not unique to Trump. Yeah, it happens when you care about somebody and you've been burned in the past. You have to have been wounded by bad relationships in the past. So I wasn't jealous until I got cheated on. Then I was jealous. So yeah, I mean, Trump is like, has zero respect for checks and balances or democratic institutions, rule of law, all that kind of stuff. He has zero respect for it. It's absolutely horrible. And Kamala Harris has zero respect for the spirit of the law, the Constitution, the truth, or anything good, just, and true. She's just everything that comes out of her mouth makes me want to puke. And she's an evil prosecutor. So we got no choices here, right? The best choice is probably just to not vote or to write in a dog's name, you know, or Taylor Swift. I think Taylor Swift could win if we really rustle up a write-in campaign here last minute. Everybody write in Taylor Swift. Fuck these KUNTS. They're just a couple of stank KUNTS. Both of them. They deserve each other. They should have to get married and live on an island together from now on. I think that would be a great reality show. Now that's a reality show I would watch. The American public gets fed up, and a big mob of us goes and grabs them both, throws them on a boat, and the Discovery Channel sends camera crew to watch them try to survive on an island with limited resources. I like it. I like it. I like it. We could just make somebody cool president. Like, how about Paul Rudd? Everybody likes him. Again, I don't even know what his politics are at all. It's just got to be better than Trump and Harris. If we want another super old guy, why don't we get Martin Short? Is it because he's Canadian? Okay, that's a good reason. We could get Steve Martin, but I don't think he really wants the job. All right, how about, let's see. Okay, well, how about Kirk Herbstreit? Kirk Herbstreit's cool. College football announcer, former quarterback from Ohio State. He seems like a nice guy. No, Vermin Supreme is just horrible. It makes a mockery of the thing. It's satirical or whatever. That's. But I can't say anything until I be the answer that only I can be. So I just need to be the answer instead of. I say I don't want to talk any politics until I have in my right pocket the reality that I am running for president and have actual answers and solutions for things. When I am correct, intelligent, able to hear other people input and adjust when I'm not correct, honest, forthright, a bit of a civics nerd, a policy wonk from years of policy debating, and a genuine statesman who has had enough of all of this bullshit. And I'm ready to talk to the American public in a very straightforward fashion like that, Look, I get that we're up here in suits and stuff, looking all statesman-like. But I want to remind you that this is a citizen democracy. And our country's president should be a regular person, not some freak orange-haired guy from The Apprentice, not some evil, sleazy prosecutor who thinks there is nothing that's true or false. It's just a bunch of political rhetoric that doesn't mean anything. No. Why are we putting up with this bullshit? Okay, I will be president. I will do a great job. I'll tell you all the reasons why. But can we just collectively right now just say, fuck these turds. I'm done with it. All the turds, all the Marco Rubios, all the Kennedy, whatever Kennedy is, I am going to run for president. I'm running for president next cycle. Couldn't get done this cycle because it came on too fast. I need to get my teeth fixed. And, regain my footing as an active, thriving individual, which I think I am doing. There was a lot of adjustment when a bunch of crazy shit happens. It's happened to us in 2022, going into 2023. And it takes a while to adjust. But I'm feeling alive again. I'm feeling ready to do things. Feeling like, all right, let's move things along. Let's start thinking about actually doing this. Because one thing that I've never heard anybody say to me is that they've heard another person any single other person in the world speak more cogently about politics than I. Of course, they may have thought it, not voiced it. But I can't be responsible for keeping track of their thoughts. Why not? Because I don't have mind reading power. That's why. I can only read minds in Braille. So I'm cleaning up the kitchen a bit here. Got a stack of dirty plates. Got a lot of dirty stuff here. Needs to go into the dishwashing machine. And, you know, I think I'll deal with it right now. Rachel's not in the mood to do that right now, so I totally get that. But I am in the mood fine to do this. I'm not saying she should be in the mood to do this. I'm just saying, if I don't do, what I'm basically saying is if I don't clean it up right now, it'll probably still be like this for a while. Because she's not going to be in the mood tomorrow either. So I'm just going to clean it up. Not that it's her mess. It's my mess too. But normally, she cleans up the dishes. All right. These things, I believe, are they dirty? Or clean? Well, I don't know if they're dirty. I guess I should just run them again then? Since I don't. I'll just run them again. That's fine. Oh, that's dirty for sure. Okay. I'm going to take everything out right now so I can load everything as efficiently as possible. Like that lady on the Antiques Roadshow. The two sisters, one of whom... Was that the Antiques Roadshow? I don't remember what show was exactly. They had these two sisters. It was like some kind of reality show or something. Oh, this is dirty. These are going to be right where they are. It needs to be organized as usual. Alright. So, now, what things do we have to put into the dishwasher? Now that I've moved some things out, I got to put all those things up there into the dishwasher. But I also need to put things from the sink into the dishwasher. So, I'm going to begin with silverware from the sink. It seems a simple enough starting spot. If you measure the task of putting the dishes in the dishwasher in number of dishes put, well, I just did like half the whole job. But it's not really a good way to measure it, of course, because it's easier to deal with a little bit of silverware than it is to deal with, say, a pot or a pan. And basically, you have to put like cups and shit together. So here's the key thing to doing the dishwasher. After you do the silverware, you put in the biggest things you have and figure out how you're going to have those fit. So I'm going to put this like that. Okay. Now I've got one other big thing, which is this. I will put this right next to that. I'll put these silverwares in there. Alright, next big thing that we have, and this is where we start maybe having a problem, right? Like, okay, should I put these pots up here so I'll have room for the plates? Maybe. Maybe I should. Maybe I shouldn't. But Grandma still can't have any dinner. Alright. So these don't fit great up here, right? I'm gonna stick this one over there. Oh, it's too tall. This one's gonna have to go on the bottom. So we'll put it on the bottom over here. And then the reason I moved that other pot is because look what we have now. It's a lot of plates. Plate number 1, plate number 2, plate number 3, plate number 4, plate number 5, plate number 6. Okay, so we got all these plates in, that's good. Now, I kind of wonder if I should turn the other way. No, okay, we'll just put it like that. That's fine. If it doesn't clean up that well, I'll just leave it in and run it again. Just leave the plate in. And more washing. Now we're going to put these mugs. We always have lots of mugs to wash. And glasses. But I think our number 1 dish remains the noble, some might say lowly, but I would say noble, bowl. Probably the first kind of eat out of this thing that people invented was the bowl. I bet it came before the plate. Maybe it would come before chopsticks, who knows? Chopsticks seem like a kind of early invention. Probably whenever people didn't have forks, they were just like, just grab a couple sticks from over there. And, use it like tongs, kind of. Like, how am I supposed to use these sticks like tongs? But then, they're like, I guess it kind of works. Gradually, they get better at it. And then one day, evolution happens, and one of them gives birth to a Chinese person. And that's where Chinese people come from. It's all evolution. We can thank our lucky Darwinian stars that evolution has made us into the wonderful people we are today. And in case you couldn't tell, I was being sarcastic. Why? Because actually, evolution is bullshit. Not because God made everything. That's not an explanation at all. But rather because evolution does not explain what it purports to explain to any level of scientific satisfaction of anybody who knows anything about how to be sciencey at all. To paraphrase David Berlinski, evolution is not a theory, it's a collection of anecdotes. Theories have to do certain things to count as theories. Like there's a sing and dance. Oh, I watched the craziest video today. I wonder if I probably get copyrighted again. I gotta just show my Fed Show video. I saw the craziest video today. It's called something about the Ross sisters. I think they're singing in the song. It's called Solid Potato Salad, okay? Solid potato salad. Solid at the time was like a slang term meaning tight, lit, or whatever. So anyway, let me find this great video for you. They sing this great song, And you just think like, oh, this is cool. I love this old song that these ladies are singing. And then, bro, I'm not gonna spoil it. Then everything goes bananas. Okay, it's just like, what is going on now? Okay, here we go. It doesn't appear to have. It's like multiple people have it uploaded, so I don't know. Maybe it's not that copyrighty, but you gotta watch this shit. Like, what made them? How did this come about? How did this come about? They're singing this perfectly nice song. I'm like, ah, it's cool. I like this potato salad song. And then they just start doing shit that just, what in the world is going on? How can you, why are you, how are you, what is this thing? You've never seen this shit. You know, you'll be watching the song is going on right now, nothing's really happening. It's all fine. You know, it's all normal. It's a cool. Oh, yeah, I get it, Eric. It's a cool old song. I like it. I like the little choreography, a little moving the hands around and stuff. And then, like, wait a second. What are you doing now? Just it starts at 1 minute and 5 seconds. This video starts going insane. And these Ross sisters apparently had a career that basically stretched from 1940 to 1950, right in there. And then by 1950, they were all married, and so they stopped performing and doing stuff. But it's like, I get it. Like, hey, I can sing and dance. That's my gig. So I'm not just singing. I'm also got some moves, got some of the choreography or whatever. But these things, what they have here is just they sing a song, and they stop singing the song, and the shit that they're doing, you have to see it to believe it. I just. I have no thoughts about it. I I don't know exactly what to make of it. Like, I don't know. I'm sure that there are plenty of details that they prefer to not share with the public as well, so it's hard for me to even. These ladies, what are they doing? So look at this shit, Rachel. Look at this, okay? It starts, they're just singing this nice song. It's about potato salad. Right? Just a normal thing. Just a normal thing we got going on. Then this. Wait, what are you doing?
Yeah, really.
Why are you doing that? As part of their dance, I guess.
Wow. That's like really difficult. Whoa.
The Ross sisters.
Really? They're like the first contortionists?
I mean, it's
Whoa.
nuts. The kind of
Oh
shit
my
they do.
gosh, their bodies just.
What are they doing? How did they decide that? We're going to learn how to do this.
I don't know. And that all three of them could do it?
Right, these three sisters.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, she's not going to split. Oh my god.
That's so crazy. Look at this one. Is that like fake?
Oh.
Is this some sort of like CGI? No, that's her actually doing that.
That's crazy. Wow.
Oh, look at me. I'm folded in half with my feet under my chin.
And I'm walking with my hands.
Oh my God. Like, who can do that? Who can possibly do that shit?
Especially at that time.
Okay, and look at this one. So she's up on the hayloft
Oh my gosh, she's on 2 beams.
on 2 beams. You know that this is, they didn't, and she's gonna go down there and get that with her mouth.
What? That's like so much strength.
Oh my God. How can anybody possibly do that?
And like
That was
one
not
person,
safe.
And then
That
there's
was
3
not
of
safe.
them
Look.
do it.
That was the only thing. If she'd fallen, she had a little pile of hay under there
Forget it.
to fall on. What are those two doing? What is this? I mean, you have to watch this video.
Oh my gosh.
It's like this. At some point in the 1940s, these 3 girls said, "This is our act,
Yeah.
and we want to be
Oh my
in the
god.
movies with our act." And they were featured a lot in one movie,
Was it?
and that includes that scene there.
Oh. Was it suggested to you?
Yeah, it was just suggested to her.
Wow. Found the right person.
I was like, oh, I like this, you know. Yeah, it was about a minute into listening to about potato salad, solid potato salad. You know, I was like, oh, cool. I like this whole kind of old timey music. And then they did that flipping around thing, and I'm like, what is this? I thought you guys were gonna sing a song.
Oh. They just like threw in the song in the beginning to like it's a song.
Right. They sang like 1 minute of a song,
And
and then they just start doing all this crazy shit.
Pee-pee, do you need food? I got it, baby.
So I don't know. If you haven't watched Solid Potato Salad yet, you should watch it because it's
Yeah.
one of 1940's greatest accomplishments. What does Wednesday water aerobics with water wings while eating water chestnuts begin? It's Tuesday, Putty Cat. It's Tuesday. You're a day early and $1 late. So I'm pretty tired. You know, Rich and I stayed up last night. And planning to try to get a good night's sleep tonight. But it's easier said than done, right? I think Rachel's eating from some snack packet. I think she's making a frozen dinner. Because what did I do? I ate all of the leftovers, so I'm not hungry. I only cook when I'm hungry. Imagine having a pager blow up in your pocket. Why would it blow up? Did someone attach a bomb to it? So yeah, I didn't. She hasn't eaten really in a long time. She hasn't eaten much in a long time, so I'm sure she's getting hungry. She just kind of picked at her potatoes last night. No, I didn't read what happened in Lebanon. I hope you're talking about Lebanon, Pennsylvania, and I'm hoping that it was some sort of celebration put on by the Hershey's Company. But I bet it's about the other Lebanon and some explosions or something happened. That's what I'm guessing. Or maybe the Ross sisters showed up and danced their way to peace in the Middle East. I mean, if you were fighting on a battlefield and bullets are flying, everyone's like go go go. Everyone's like all serious military and stuff. And the Ross sisters started doing their potato salad dance on the battlefield. Everybody would just have to stop shooting to watch and be like, "What is this? Why are they doing that? How are they doing that? How could anyone ever do that?" It's like shit. Gymnasts. I never see gymnasts do anything that incredibly difficult. Why did they all have new pagers? Is this some like thing that Israel did? Like, here, mitzvah, have some new pagers. Are they like, you know, smallpox blankets or something? Why did this? How did this happen? Hypersonic missile was fired over Israel. Hypersonic missile was fired over. Well, maybe they just need to, maybe they sell dime bags of weed and they need to. People go, just text them a amount they want. That's what pagers were for originally, really, it seems like. But yeah, I mean, I don't obviously have a pager. I never did have a pager. The Iranian spy agency made it happen? Why would they want to injure people in Lebanon? That doesn't seem to make a lot of sense. I mean, is the story that the Iranian military did it to make it look like the Israeli, the Mossad did it, or I mean, the world is becoming very much like Frederick Pohl's Cool War. A book I'd recommend is incredibly salient of the current times, to the current times, and way ahead of its time when he wrote it. He was prescient, you might say. World is running from only running for money, and money makes a human giant. World is running for only running for money, and money makes a human giant. I like that, Rahul Reader. I think those are good lyrics. World is running for only running for money, and money makes a human giant. The Israeli spy agency Mossad allegedly intercepted the shipment 5 months ago and rigged them with. Oh, so Mossad did it. In other words, Mossad did it. The way to win friends and influence people, Israel. I don't want your exploding pagers next to my genitals. Okay? There might be occasions when I don't mind something exploding from my genitals, but near my genitals, no. I don't want that. I say no thank you to your horrible crotch burn. I bet the guy who carried his pager on the end of a long stick was really glad that he had that unique quirk. It was like, oh, damn. I see. So Mossad did it because Hezbollah uses pagers to communicate. Okay, well, does anybody other than Hezbollah use pagers to communicate? Is it possible that some people who aren't in Hezbollah got a pager because they're poor and can't afford any better way of communications? And then Israel crotch exploded them? Isn't that possible? It's like if Hezbollah starts drinking water, are you going to poison the water supply? Be sensible, Israel. Be sensible. You need to stop caring so much about your narrative you're so attached to and start caring about how this is going to play. You need better FE. You're doing bad things that aren't going to play well. You know, it's like, hey, Israel, Palestinians, we think you're both cool. And we'd love it if you'd knock all this shit off, please. We've been at it since we made this Israel in the first place. We never should have done that. We should have put Israel someplace that they're far away from Muslims. Put them in, you know, like Argentina or something. Take part of Argentina. Why they gotta put it right there? It's a terrible place for a country, for a Jewish nation state. What a terrible place for a Jewish nation state. Well, who came up with this dumb plan anyway? It definitely wasn't me. I never would have come up with this plan. I might have come up with a plan to like be like, okay, look, I hate to do it. Let's be super cool in general, but let's go ahead and invade Saudi Arabia. We got a monarchy. We can depose these stupid fucking kings. Aristocrats, that's like, wait, what is this, 1800? And then we'll just take all that oil and make the Saudis go live in Yemen or something. Jerusalem, Shmurlusalem. Okay? That stuff's all just window dressing. They don't need to be there. They can pray from wherever. They could put on their hats and, you know, make their soup, and they can say their oys and their vays from wherever. They don't have to be there. Who born this issue between Lebanon and Israel? Israel, I guess. Specifically with Lebanese Hezbollah, you might say it's a toss-up unless you want to say that Israel's presence there justifies anyone attacking them because they're siding with the right people, like Palestinians, which I don't think you can make that case. Anyway, what if we let the Jews, instead of having the Mount of the Rock or whatever it's called, they could have Stonehenge? We'll put them in Stonehenge, and then they can have all of their ceremonies and stuff with the magic of Stonehenge. There might be some disgruntled, where is that, Ireland? There might be some disgruntled Celts or Celts, either way. But we'll just move them a little bit to the side. We'll just keep them where they are, basically, but just, we'll give Israel, like, I don't know, 500 square miles. That's enough. That's all they need. Right around Stonehenge. Because they need an ancient monument to make a big deal about. Stonehenge is perfect. I'm even willing to consider um, a trade. I know this is kind of a nightmare trade, but just to get this problem off of the plate, we can have Israel. Well, Israel will be a 50th state of the U.S., and the Jews, the Israelis, can go to North Dakota. They can have North Dakota where Mount Rushmore is, and they can remake the faces of Mount Rushmore into kosher versions. So they can have the long curls, add that to George Washington or whoever's on there. Who is on Mount Rushmore? I know like Teddy Roosevelt's on it. Abraham Lincoln. George Washington? I'm not sure. Trade San Francisco for Israel? Uh, uh, let's, you know, I like to think that people are responsive to reality when it hits them in the face hard enough, you know? And pendulums tend to swing other directions. Backlash, there's re-backlash, there's re-backlash. Now, but I want to give Israel enough space to do their thing, have their little farms. We'll rename part of North Dakota the Gaza Strip, and we'll assign some Native Americans to insist it's their land. And then the Israelis can feel good when they say, no, I'm building my house settlement here on this land. So get out of here, you. And then the actors, there'll be actors, you see. They'll be like, okay, we'll get out of here. You win. It'll make them feel good. You know, North Dakota, they could use more delis. And, tax lawyers, I'm sure, as well. I think Pelosi said Biden should be on Mount Rushmore. He should be standing on top of it, saying his final goodbyes. To spare himself the suffering of an extended dementia, you know. What about your country, democracy, firing over Trump, and now other countries should come over this issue and say we will have to take action? Okay, well, you could try that. I don't think that's going to work for you. But go for it. You know, Bangladesh, you want to try to invade the U.S.? What are we going to... Who am I to tell you what your country should do? What would I tell you? I'd say, if you do that, you'll incur the following consequences. But you know what? You're going to do what you're going to do. So come with your wooden boats and scimitars and invade the United States. I think that would be interesting. Can't you picture all these Bangladeshis pouring off of like a wooden junk kind of boat? They're mixing, they got it from Hong Kong or something. And they're all charging up the beach with their scimitars. And everyone's like, what's going on? Are they making a movie or something? And then they're just like, Americans come! And they actually stab a few people. Fortunately, no fatalities. And then the cops show up and shoot them all dead within like 1 minute. And this ridiculous hail of excessive gunfire. Some country band, RT channel band in YouTube. What a joke. What's RT channel? I don't know what it is. Yeah, scimitars and slingshots. They'll have war falcons. leather thing and a falcon with a hood on it, and take it off and say, "Go get the enemy!" And the falcon will come and scratch at your eyes. A number of falcons were also shot in the unnecessary barrage of excessive gunfire that the police unleashed upon the Bangladeshi invasion. Well, YouTube does a pretty good job of policing misinformation, I think. I appreciate it, frankly. I'm impressed. 'Cause I might get shadow suppressed or something like that, but I never get dinged for any misinformation shit. Like Taylor got demonetized. I don't know what he got demonetized for, but he got demonetized for something. I never seem to get in that kind of trouble. I got in that kind of trouble one time for bullying C.S. Joseph. It was the case that my rhetoric was full of abusive language, so, and they just changed the policies, and I guess C.S. Joseph must have reported it. And I got a strike that was on my channel for years, but it dropped off back in December. Flow State, Putty Cat. Taylor is Flow State. Rate. Okay, I'll rate it an 8. Now tell me what it is I'm rating. Yeah, his channel's called Flow State, and he has like a panel of people on, and it's a lot of people talking over each other. It's a little chaotic for my taste, you know. I mean, he does a good job of moderating the thing, but it's a little chaotic for my taste. As I'm sure this is a little dull for his tastes. Yeah, I know. That's where it was funny, Putty Cat. Because I just obeyed. Rate. Okay, I rated it an 8. Now tell me what it is I'm rating. Could be your rack. Okay, your rack is an 8, Putty Cat. I guess you must be able to bake multiple pies on a single rack in your oven. This is Comfort Core. We're enjoying the comfortable world of live streaming just with an intimate group. We don't need a big crowd of people here dropping ridiculous super chats. I dropped in on the Y-Files live stream, and it's like somebody dropped $500 on the guy. He's like, this guy's got millions of subs, and people are, he's not even in the premiere. There's a premiere. It wasn't a live stream. He's not even in there. He's not in the premiere, and he's getting massive super chats from people. It's crazy. I'm not suggesting that you super chat me, by the way. That is not what I'm doing here. I was just like kind of blown away by the just quantity of, just sheer number of people and quantity of chats that were going. He had it set so that only subscribers who'd been subscribed for over a month were allowed to chat in the premiere. I guess he can customize it that much, you know. I can't read your name. It's in Korean. I'm going to say Kim Park Un. This guy is one of the nice guy in the world. I am a nice guy. I try to be a nice guy. At least I try not to be a mean guy. There used to be a website where women would submit well, that's a very objectifying website. I don't like it. I mean, I guess it's a way to, I guess it's alright, but it seems kind of, what if, you know, it's not nice to judge people on their appearance. His name is Jaei, pronounced Jai. Dambe Pinanshi Ganida. Well, yeah, if the women were submitting their own pics, I think it's ill-advised of them. I think it's just kind of a crass and unfortunate expression of human animal and filthy animalness, but it's what it is, you know. He said there used to be a website. Used to being the operative word. There no longer is. Okay, I was watching something before and I got distracted. The game's probably over now, but it's not over for me yet. I'm watching the Athletics. They're up currently by a score of 4-2 at the end of the seventh inning. And if the A's beat the Cubs here and the Brewers win tonight, then the Brewers clinch the meow. Cubs are still in the hunt for a wild card, but Athletics are not a bad team at all. You got a tough road to hoe when the Athletics come to town, despite what their reputation may still be. And people need to update their opinion about the Athletics because that's a good team. And suggest any website name, okay? Partofmyyearning.com or apartofmyyearning.com. How about urgentyearnings.com? Do you think there's already a website called urgentyearnings.com? It's not an adult website. It's just pictures of people looking longingly out of windows while checking their watch. Urgentyearnings.com. I think maybe I should make that website. I think there's a real market for that. How about dampen their tenders? Dampenyourtenders.com. It will be exclusively dipping sauces that you can use with chicken tenders. Dampenyourtenders.com. Okay. Hashtag no dry bites. That would just be a good name for a restaurant. Hashtag no dry bites. And it's a restaurant, features a lot of different dipping sauces. And then it's got, a few choices of fried things that you can dip into. So they got fish and chips. They got chicken tenders. They got, like potato wedges you can dip into the sauces. And it's called hashtag no dry bites. The restaurant is. That restaurant would totally work. It would make money. People would go there. They get the concept. Hell, no dry bites. Yeah, I'm going to try a different sauce. And, it's like they've got the tubs of sauces where you go and they give you a little paper cup and you push it down and fill up your little paper cup. No, not no drive-by. No dry bites. Hashtag no dry bites. That's why it's a dipping restaurant, you see? That's why there are no dry bites, because you dip everything into something that's wet, like barbecue sauce or ranch dressing or honey mustard. No dry bites, okay? It's the thing is you're wetting your food with sauce. So that's why there are no dry bites. Okay. Eric was on a roll this morning. No Kamala, no Trump. You know, I appreciate you saying hashtag shorts. I did make a short from this morning's one, but it didn't do well. So I think maybe it was a little too saucy a topic. I'll try to make another one with the urgentyearnings.com. But I really do think that no dry bite. Oh, no. Oh. 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 I spilled it everywhere. I spilled coffee everywhere. Oh. I spilled it here on the table. Do you see it? I spilled it on the wall down there. On top of my weed jars. Like this one is at the top of this weed jar. It's just coffee. Hopefully the thing's watertight. Alright, I'll need to go get some paper towels. Hashtag shaking my head. You probably can't have a hashtag in your domain name, though. You probably can't have hashtag nodrybites.com. So you might just have to call the place No Dry Bites without the hashtag. But, you know, then in your advertising, you always put hashtag No Dry Bites. Oh. Eric. You big dummy. Spilling coffee everywhere. Oh. Well, as horrible things go, this is not nearly as bad as when Capillo puked from here down back here. That was the worst. That was the worst. It's a supermoon? Does it get some kind of superpowers? Yeah, thank you, Putty Cat. You and I were obviously on the same page at the same time, but you're on a little bit of a lag. But yeah, exactly. At least it wasn't cat puke. Cat puke is one of the, not that gross of a puke. If you get it right away, it's a lot less gross than human puke, you know. And like the grossest kind of poo is human poo. I mean, cat poo is horrible, but if you were walking down the street and stepped in a poo, which poo would you least like it to be? A human poo. Nobody wants to step in that. I mean, you don't want to step in any poo, but definitely not a human poo. You know, in China, like when a little kid has to take a crap and they're walking down the sidewalk, the mom would just stop in the sidewalk and have the baby take a shit. Not the baby, like the toddler, the little kid, even like 35-year-old, on like a piece of newspaper and then just throw it in the trash can. I shit you not. They shitted me for whatever the opposite of not is. Not. I couldn't believe it when I saw it. I'd heard it, that it happened, but I couldn't believe it when I saw it. It's like, Oh my god. That lady's is having her 5-year-old kid shit on a piece of paper in the middle of the sidewalk where everyone's walking. What is going on? You need a little bit more civilized than that, please. I don't need to see that. I don't. It's like, and usually I guess they clean it up if there's a trash can there. But of course, trash cans is like, I have this hilarious picture from China. This trash can that says, recycling regular trash. They both go into one chute that goes into one bag. It's like, I don't think you get this concept, China, right? Of separating your recycling and your regular trash. It's not just a gesture that you do at the meet when you meet up with the trash can. I'm gonna make an environmental gesture by putting this stuff in the left hole of the one trash can, and this other stuff in the right hole of the one trash can. China's also where I saw workers working on the power lines. Their ladder wasn't long enough, so they had two guys on the bottom holding the ladder up in the air while the other guy was way up on top of the ladder. It was one of the least safe things I've ever seen. So, don't think communism's good. Don't think any form of authoritarianism is good. Individualism, empowering individuals to make their own choices and, benefit from their own labors and successes and incur the consequences of their own failures and that kind of thing. That is the only thing that works. 5 minutes? Oh, let's go outside and look at it. You want to go outside and look? A partial eclipse of the moon. Oh, did he get there in time? Oh, did he get... Yes, Putty Cat, we get it. You hate San Francisco. For you, San Francisco is a what do they call that? Totem. It is a totem of all that is wrong with the rise of the like woke Gen Zers. You see it as appropriately, I think, as evidence that supports certain kinds of law and order policies and opposes certain kinds of communitarian policies. And I think that's, in general, a good thing to do. We should all oppose communitarianism. It never ends well. But, I would like to hope that San Francisco...
Oh, do you even see it?
It's only 7 something.
It's supposed to sit on my app.
Oh, that's right. 10:35 Eastern time. Well, we should be able to see it if we go up to the street. It's probably over there somewhere. Usually it's over there.
Yeah.
Here, I'll put on this for you guys to see. You have to stay here so you don't get disconnected. Alright, I moved you back a bit so you don't get disconnected from the Wi-Fi. We'll go over there for a little bit and look to see if we see any notes. I don't see any notes.
I don't think you see it yet, because of the mountains. So we'll probably be able to see the supermoon but not the eclipse.
Supermoon tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Hey, super kitty. Wow. That camera light is really bright on the camera. There's not really much to see right now.
No.
Just maybe that starlight over the top of it.
Oh, there's a satellite.
Where?
Right there.
Oh, I see it. I see it.
There's a fence.
Now go over here.
This is like on the side now.
Good. You want to move this way and keep it longer.
Wow, it goes so quick.
Yeah, that was fast one.
Yeah.
Maybe that's the satellite of love.
Maybe that is the satellite of love.
Satellite come. Da-da-da-da. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Things like this drive me out of my mind. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Watch it for a little while. I like to watch things on TV. Ba-da-dum, 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 bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Bum, bum, bum. Satellite of love. Satellite of. Thank you for reminding us. We didn't get to see it.
That's okay. We'll go out later.
I have fond memories of San Francisco from my childhood. I have some fondish memories of coaching a couple of tournaments at Berkeley as an adult. But, you know, when I was a kid, San Francisco was cool. It was real cool. It was this, it was like New York, kind of, but San Francisco. It was so different than LA, you know. As a kid, when I went up to choir camp in the Bay Area, one of the days of the 2-week camp, we had a field trip into Chinatown in San Francisco on the bus. We took the bus to get there. And then, you know, the choir directors would just say, okay, boys, be back here in 1 hour and 20 minutes, and then we're going to all eat lunch at Meow. And then they just set us loose, you know. It was safe and it was fun. Nowadays, I don't think they would do that at all, right? Take a bunch of 8 to 12-year-old boys and just set them loose in Chinatown and San Francisco and say, meet it here in an hour and a half or something. I don't think they do that nowadays. Because I was in the Pasadena Boys Choir, you know, where I sang songs for things like weddings and funerals and stuff, mostly. Were most of our performances. We'd have like a show as well. That was like the Alma Center. Yeah. One of those kind of like a theater at the university or something. I remember some few years after I had left the boys' choir, I think my dad realized at some point that wait a second. I think both those choir directors are gay. But I'm assuming they were, right? They're both bachelors, Mr. Bamer and Mr. Barron. And anyway, and he asked me if they had ever molested me. I'm like, no, Dad. I had a perfectly wholesome choir experience. Nobody molested me. Or anybody else, as far as I could tell. I didn't see anything sus going on or remember anything sus going on. Seemed to me that everybody was unmolested. Well, I liked both of them. Mr. Barron was more scary and stern. Mr. Bammer was a little more nice, but they were both pretty serious about it. Like, you had to, if you were, they wanted the shit to sound right. They didn't want anybody to be flat or late coming in or anything. And there's plenty of yelling at us that happened. It was just fine. I don't mind being yelled at. When I was a kid, I was just like, well, that's what adults do sometimes. They yell at you. I remember there was a black kid in the choir named Clayton that I was friends with. He didn't stay in the choir. I was kind of sad that he left, but I remember being like, why is your hair like that? It's so, like, it's got these little tiny curls. What's going on with your hair? It's like an endless ski loop. I remember this, like, little conversation I had with this kid. Because I didn't know I'd never met a black person before. I was probably like 8 years old. So I didn't get that their hair was different. I was like, wow, your hair's so strange. I remember like pulling it and stuff. Little kids, they're a little more, they have a little fewer inhibitions about doing stuff like that, I guess. Why is your hair like that? What was his answer? I don't know. He probably had some understanding that this was because I'm black and you're white, Eric. But I didn't get it at all. I was just like, why is your hair like that? I've never seen anybody with hair like that before. So, why is my hair like this? Because I like to look my best, and this is how I look best. This is my best look. I do my hair up like this for important events like this live stream. But I wouldn't, normally I just have my regular full head of hair. But for important things, why are my teeth like this? Because I've not gotten around to fixing them, but I'm going to be fixing them this fall. Um, like the answer to that is complicated. There's a variety of things that happen with my teeth. Just not that long ago, a few years ago, I had all my teeth and it looked fine. And then in a sequence of things that happened, this tooth went out, that tooth went out. I had this wild dentist, like new dentist lady, who the dentist that I normally went to had hired, and she was like, "We need to do 8 extractions." And so she pulled out all the teeth on this side. I tease it, but I tease it verbally. I tell it that um, I tell it that it's awkward, it's clumsy, make sure that it doesn't get a big head. Hi, Cameron. Wonderful to see you. Wonderful indeed. I am so looking forward to your visit. I right now I'm smoking these not really dried yet Northern Lights Smalls. We harvested all the Northern Lights and all the cherry pie except for one bud on top. Maybe this upcoming weekend, or well, let's see what are the dates this upcoming weekend. This upcoming weekend will be the 21st, 22nd. We could do it this weekend for the Gorilla Glue, or the following weekend, which is 28th, 29th for the Gorilla Glue. And then we'll wait for you for the Jack Herrera, the big Jack Herrera plants. And the small one. The big Jack Herrera plant and the small one. Those are the latest maturing. The Gorilla Glue is starting to look pretty frosty. Cameron's coming up in October, or beginning of October, or beginning-ish. I guess middle of October. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a flight like you've never dreamed of. I don't know if you saw this before or not, but this is my. This is all. This is all the cherry pie, more or less. There's a little bit more that I left on the plant. So each of these jars is full of cherry pie. This one's not because I've been smoking out of it, but the rest of them are full. So I got 6, 7 jars of cherry pie. 7 of these little jars of cherry pie. That's not a ton of weed, but it's probably, 2 ounces or something. I've heard that actually, Marcus Aurelius. So, Ruben, I note that you got INTJ. I don't think that test got you correct. If they deem it effective and true, I'm sure, yeah, pity. Who's Pity? Is that Putty crossed with Diddy? Diddy was arrested today, I do believe. Ruben is Acacia swimming? Oh, why would she be swimming? It's nighttime. Who swims at nighttime? Swimming at night is a good way to run afoul of vampires. The vampires don't like water, but you gotta get out sometime. What are you gonna do? Swim back and forth all night long? I'd rather be INTJ, wing ESFJ, no hate. Yeah, the sharks swim at night. Let's see. Ethical, intuitive, extrovert. So you think he's an ENFJ? I mean, we could posit various things that he might be, but the one statement I'm willing to make affirmatively and determinedly is he's not an ENTP. Ruben, when you swim at night, you get infected by too many moonbeams. Well, you're not an ESFJ. Who in the world would ever dream of thinking you were an ESFJ? Who in the world would ever dream of thinking you had SI as a tool function? Only someone who's terribly wrong about cognition, personality, and saying things. Ruben, have you seen sauna shirts? Are they shirts you wear in a sauna? Or are they shirts that function like a sauna? What do you think my type is based off the impression you give? I mean, I don't know. I don't even I'm not ever thinking about that. Like when I'm talking to people, I'm not thinking, "Oh, maybe they're this type, maybe that type," because I've learned too many times that when I try to type people from the chat, it's totally unreliable. I get things totally wrong, so I try to just not type people off of how they type in the chat. But if I had to answer the question, I would say you're probably INFJ, ISFJ, or conceivably an NTP of some sort. God damn it. Okay, well, I'd say one out, a solo home run by the Cubs here to close the gap from 4-2 to 4-3. But yeah, I don't know. Works or realist. Whatever I say, if you don't like the answer, remember, I have no fucking idea because I have been so wildly wrong about people in the chat before. Hero Lamb, for example, is an ISFP. Based just on his chat, I would never guess ISFP because he actually says a fair amount, has a fair number of blocks of text here and there. But I understand that, you know, that's misleading in some sense. He's coming here, maybe being here for a long time and not saying anything, and then putting a couple blocks of text because it's something he's interested in. And that's all I'm getting of him is those blocks of text. And so I think, oh, maybe he's too talkative for an ISFP, but he's not. There are shirts that speed up your body heat to produce more sweat. So basically, it's a sweater. People remember the hits, sure, yeah. I mean, I don't. I keep track of the misses just as much as I do the hits. I'm skeptical of hits, you know. Mason Miller, you better not blow another fucking save. All right, that's 2 outs. Good job. Just one more out to go, Mason Miller. Getting hit can also hurt. Yeah, nobody hits me these days. Nobody's really ever hit me much in my life. It's not like I've ever been subject to regular beatings by anybody or something. I have gotten into some fist fights in my life, mostly as a kid, one as an adult. But yeah, not a lot of punching in my world. I don't do karate. I like the concept, but I hate the way it feels to be in a super stuffy tight shirt that doesn't breathe, so I'm probably out on that. People keep track of putting on the Ritz. Well, I know this much. Bum 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 ba bum ba bum 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 ba bum ba bum 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 bum. Putting on the Ritz. What are they putting on the Ritz? Are they putting gum, chewed gum on the Ritz? Are they putting almonds around as kind of like a avant-garde art project? Visitors to the museum today were surprised to discover almonds? Details after this. Hi, Katie Bell. What would you like to put on the Ritz? Oh, you put on the Ritz for me. Are you sure you don't put me on the Ritz? What does it mean to be on the Ritz anyway? Does it mean you have a lot of Riz? Or does it mean you're not working very well right now? You're not functioning well because you're on the Ritz? That would be like on the Fritz. Maybe it's a combination of two things. How many saltines do you need? How many packages of saltines do you need for one bowl of soup? One, two, more than two. Yeah, it's been discussed here. That's quite a, you know, shitty Cold War Mossad bullshit maneuver. Quite a shitty one indeed. And I don't blame people for being upset about it. I'm not upset about it, thanks to a little something that I like to call fluoxetine. I'm not feeling very upset. I'm feeling calm. I'm just dancing. No sardines. All right, here we go. How many cracker packs do you need with a bowl of tomato soup? Do you want? And the answers are 0, 1, 2, more than 2. I'll put saltine packs so that. How many saltine packs, 2 per pack, do you want with your bowl tuna soup? 0 packs. 1 pack. 2 packs. More than 2. Start poll. I want 2 packs of saltines. I want 2 packages, which is 4 total saltine crackers for my bowl of tomato soup. I think that's standard. That's restaurant standards. You get 2 packages of saltines for 1 bowl of soup. Standard sleeve of crackers. Is that what that's called? A sleeve of crackers? Would I deem myself woke? Yeah, actually. I mean, I'm not silly about it, but I'm definitely, I'm the most fervent voice against groupism that there is. I hate groupism in all its forms, no matter what. So, I can't stand partisan groupism, like those darn Democrats. I can't stand racism, sexism, ageism, all those things are shitty. Because, individuals are individuals, and you don't know anything about them by knowing what group you arbitrarily assign them to and assign meaning to, So it's obviously bullshit, but it's bullshit in all applications, not just some. It's not okay for, you know, Black Lives Matter to use race when you're dealing with issues not about race. It's about police violence. It's police crime. It's about police committing crimes against people. The fact that they were disproportionately black might be informative of something, but if we think the problem is a race problem, then the solution is just the police need more training about how to like other races or some other bullshit, and you're just letting them off the hook with this red herring of a issue that doesn't matter at all and is necessarily divisive as groupist shit always is. I don't know what we need. I think I need a few more bottom reps. I think I need to let the world know that right here, deep in my heart, I am caring about you so much. And one day, not very long from now, really, I'm going to try to do something about it. I'm going to say, look, I love the world. I love the people of the world. I love life. And I want to put a stop to all... Hi, Rachel. I know you're in here. Sorry. I want to put a stop to all of these horrible shenanigans that everybody always engages in with their wrongness. Everybody all getting all, I'm so upset about everything, and I'm just gonna be like, oh no! Just get out of here, you. You're not helping with your nonsense. That's what I think. It is helping with my nonsense. A little something called fluoxetine. I realized I'm taking one today because today just kind of disappeared into the amphetamine haze of... Wasn't it 4 a.m. just like 5 minutes ago? Mm-hmm. That kind of thing that happens. I love you, darling. It's a real special lady in there, A real special lady. She's got the spirit of an angel, the heart of a butterfly, and the brain of a genius. Thinking is hard. Thinking can be hard sometimes. I think what's hard for people is to... you've got outrage peddlers whose whole job it is to get you outraged. But they're more specific than that then. You've got multi-narrative peddlers. Like Hannibal is the perfect example. In one TV commercial, she's peddling outrage about abortion. like California is in danger of losing their abortion rights. But she's not even pitching it like that to California, even though it's a targeted to California. She's pitching it as she's got to make sure that the right to abortion is protected for all women across the country because it's constitutionally protected. That's like peddling to outrage, right? Like outraged pro-choice people will vote for me because I've tickled their outrage in the right way. And then she has another commercial in which she says, when I was a prosecutor, I never asked a victim or defendant whether they were a Republican or Democrat. Well, I certainly hope not. And I also never killed a hooker. Good for you, dumb bitch. That doesn't make you nonpartisan. That makes you not criminally negligent at your job. makes me so mad to see her on the one hand being ultra partisan, and then the next commercial positioning herself as non-partisan because she didn't prosecute Republicans more than she did Democrats when she was a prosecutor. I mean, seriously, like, hey, I spent a lot of years as a school teacher, and I never molested anybody. So vote for me. I mean, that's not something to brag about. That's just like, okay, good for you. What kind of garbage is that? It's just pure garbage. I could call her and say, listen, Miss Harris. First of all, number one, get an easier first name to say. Got too many variations of pronunciation to it. What two? Stop showing me commercials. Your commercials are not working on me. They're doing the exact opposite. Every time I see one of them, I hate you a little bit more. I don't think I've even seen any Trump commercials. I think Trump figures he's got his base and right. So what you're saying is that women are stupid? I'm saying that dumb bitch is, that's for sure. She's not even stupid. I'm sure she's effective at, working various systems and stuff. She just has no intuition and the wrong kind of logic for um, for a statesman or woman, a statesper-child. Seeking adoration for proclaiming you haven't done anything horrid is already indication that your morality is questionable. Exactly, right? Like, I didn't prosecute people differently based on whether they were Republicans or Democrats. Oh, that's your big message in this commercial? That you weren't criminalizing your political opponents? That's a very low bar. Very low bar. Saltine crackers are great with tomato soup, and Campbell's tomato soup is a great option for tomato soup. Um. So yeah, she just makes me mad every time she opens her mouth. I just can't. The just the audacious audacity of like the the Swiss Army knife message. I have every message. I'll just play them all. They might contradict each other. Hopefully, somebody likes one of them. Eh, oh, I'm sure they got some sort of person who's guiding strategy on this, but that person should lose their job. Because even if it works, it's evil, right? It's like, we're going to win by not saying anything. We're going to say things only if we're targeted towards people we know, or it's going to tickle their outrage fetish. Other than that, we're not going to say anything that means anything. And hopefully, we'll avoid people realizing how loathsome we are and win the presidency. Kamala. Kamala Harris. Okay, Kamala. Well, that's fine. Kamala Harris, you have campaign funds to spend on commercials. Stop bullshitting and say something real. At least at least Trump, he might believe something very dumb and stupid. He might have a given political policy position, even that's, let's say it's horrible. And he does not care if it's going to play well or not. He will tell you exactly what it is. And then, as a president, he will try to do what he said he's going to do. Just like he did last term. Even if it's a terrible idea. But at least he knows what he wants to do and has actual positions on things, you know? I'm not sure if that's better. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, basically, the Democratic Party didn't have a primary because they thought they were going with Biden, right? I mean, they still have it technically, but it just has one person on it. He, it may be that he won the primary and then dropped out, and so she just kind of like took over his slot or something. I agree, it's bullshit, but you got to remember the parties are in charge of all the primary stuff, and they got a lot of leeway in how they want to deal with it. It's only out of the party's hands once you get to the general election. She's got less of a say than her opposite party. I'm not entirely sure what that means. I'm also tired of her continuous discussion of her childhood. Does she do that a lot? She talks about her childhood? I don't care. She also leaves out her time in private school in Canada. Well, that's very SI of her if she's determined to win by telling her personal life story or whatever, rather than win by explaining how, by being a statesman, an actual statesman. Her plan is to build up from the middle class. In the debate, she outlined her plans in the first 2 minutes. Mr. Trump said about health care he has a concept for an idea. Well, I mean, I don't like the idea of a president who has a plan for the legislature, right? She's not king, even if she wins. A legislative plan is not the proper kind of platform for her, unless she's articulating specifically, look, this is what I'd like to work with the legislature on. But I'm very skeptical of those kinds of presidents who have a legislative agenda coming in. I don't know what her plan is. I don't know what she articulated as her plan. I can tell you that any plan that thinks you're going to improve people's financial situation by raising taxes on some people that can afford it, presumably, is disastrously ill-advised. Okay, well, how exactly does she want to do that? How does she want to tax the top? I mean, that's just like Democrats love to say that. Well, we just tax the rich. It won't affect you, don't worry. We should all be ashamed of ourselves, right? I'm in favor of making somebody else pay more money while I don't have to pay more money. We should all be deeply ashamed of ourselves. Who are we to say, I'm in favor of making that guy pay more of my way? I mean, we should be deeply ashamed of ourselves if we think that's a good idea. Progressive taxation is a horrible disaster from top to bottom. That's why we have well over 10,000 pages of federal tax code. Over 14,000 pages, you know? I mean, the thing is, we now have this enormous cottage industry of tax professionals. Why? Because progressive taxation is a fucking disaster. The poor don't pay the least taxes. They might not pay much in income taxes if they get very little taxable income, right? But but the thing is, they don't benefit from the taxes taken from the rich, right? It's not like money's taken from the rich and sent out in checks to poor people. To the extent that you try to do anything like that, it involves means testing, which always incentivizes poverty. And to the extent that you try to avoid um, direct cash payments and do in-kind benefits, that always negatively impacts the private sector that would otherwise be providing those benefits. The benefits are always worse, and they cost vastly more than they should because of just the fundamental nature of government spoilage. You know, when the government spends money, there's a lot of spoilage. She wants to double the taxes collected by the feds. Well, yeah. I'll have to hear a source. I haven't heard or read anything specific about her plans. I've heard from you some things, but I haven't looked into it anymore. We should fund the IRS more so they can tax the rich more so that we can fund the IRS more. You could restructure the tax system, eliminate the IRS entirely, eliminate every H&R Block and every other fucking tax professional and all those apps that you can do taxes simply by switching to a national sales tax and just putting it at whatever number gets you where you're trying to get. If you wanted, you could make food tax exempt, so the poor that would be an effective kind of progressive taxation. Everybody benefits from it when they buy food, but it's progressive in the sense that because poor people buy fewer things other than the bare necessities, they're going to pay less in total taxes. And in general, it's progressive because the richer you are, the more you buy, the more you pay in taxes. The poorer you are, the less to buy, the less you pay in taxes. And that's fair. And it doesn't require any withholdings. It doesn't require any of those sheets of paper. It's so much better. And then of course we just get rid of all the other kinds of taxation and replace it with that, right? Like get rid of capital gains taxes too. Now all of a sudden investment money moves freely. It's not locked in based on fiscal years and um, trying to cash in gains concurrent with certain losses so that you don't pay so much in capital gains taxes and stuff like that, you know? Vice President Kamala Harris this week quietly rolled out her most detailed, far-ranging proposal yet, nearly $5 trillion in tax increases over a decade. The federal government already gets nearly $5 trillion in tax dollars. How could anybody possibly think, after witnessing what the federal government does with money in the war on poverty and the war on drugs and every other failed massive bureaucratic nightmare from Obamacare to Medicare to if anybody looks at any of these things with sane eyes, they know the last thing in the world that needs more money or is capable of spending it well is the fucking federal government. You have to be completely insane to think that the problem is the federal government doesn't have enough tax revenue. I mean, how could anybody think that? You're looking at a nation that spends like 10 times more on its military than every other country combined in the world. You're looking at a country that's handing out $2,000 a month checks to people who have disabilities. Money makes a good point. We need taxes so that workers can prepare for meetings and take notes on meetings that have been presented about taxes and the tax code liabilities that the corporation might incur under various contingencies. Of course we do. We need that. Rather than totally not that and just national sales tax. instead of none of that tax law shit and just the national sales tax. How about that? Trump is not going to convince any sane person that this election was stolen if he loses to Harris. I expect Harris to win. I don't want her to. I don't think. I won't want Trump to win either, but. Well, obviously, Winston's mom, I hate the idea of deficit spending too, but I'd take deficit spending over tax increase any day. I would love to see a balanced budget. I'd love to see us running a surplus and paying down the debt and all that stuff. That'd be great. I'm not in favor of increased spending. Are you sure we should keep giving these gold coins to Timmy over there? Well, why shouldn't we? Well, Tammy's retarded. He keeps throwing the gold coins into the sewer. Just like 1 out of every 5 actually gets spent on anything. Oh no, the problem is Timmy doesn't have enough gold coins. But he's got a huge fucking pile of them. Well, if he had twice as many, I'm sure he'd take better care of them. Well, I mean, it's just ridiculous because no, what we'd do is we'd give Timmy more gold coins and tell him to use them to get the gold coins that he threw in the sewer. Of course, that's going to cost a lot more gold coins. I care about the debt. There will be no, in a Strauss administration, there will be, read my lips, there will be no new taxes. I will veto any new taxes unless they're offset by other tax cuts that exceed the new tax. Like I'd be fine with like replacing this tax with this lesser tax, for example, if that's the necessary compromise in Congress. As long as it's a reduction of taxes or definitely not an increase in taxes net, then it's conceivable I might sign a bill that crosses my desk that has something that someone might call a tax increase, but read my lips. No new taxes, no additional spending than we have currently. Spending cuts if possible. I'm going to veto any shit that crosses my desk that is new spending, that is funded by debt, or that is increasing taxes at all. No such bill will cross my desk without an angrily signed veto. Eric Strauss says, fuck off. I agree with you, they lie. But I'm not lying when I say this, Putty Cat. I will not, they might override my veto. I wouldn't be able to stop that. But I will not allow any bill to cross my desk that increases taxes or increases spending, especially any spending that's funded with debt. I'm sure there's plenty of fat to cut. Like, I don't know, the Department of Education? Nobody says X's. I X'd this. This doesn't sound good. You just say like I Xeno'd it. Starts with an X. Why did he change the name? So dumb, right? So dumb. No spending on endless wars, in my opinion. Well, I don't disagree with you there, Clay. Now, I'm not an isolationist, so I think there are instances where the U.S. needs to flex its might and preserve the order of the free and civil society, you know? Third, we can help Social Security stay afloat by stopping the wage cap. Right now, it's at 140K, and so we don't pay into it anymore. Well, I don't like that idea at all, for instance, Mom. Basically, that's just a sneaky way of increasing taxes on people who make a decent amount of money. The idea of Social Security is that if you get old and haven't prepared for your old age and can't support yourself, that if you worked all your life, you paid in and you'll get that money back. If you're making a lot of money, like 300 grand a year or something, then you still only have to pay the minimum, the amount you have to pay, which is more than somebody who makes less. But because the only justification for it that purportedly makes it constitutional, which it's definitely not, is that it assures this person's retirement. So you have to be consistent with that justification. Since that's the justification, we can't continue to take Social Security out from people who are making millions of dollars a year. It's ridiculous. You can take out a little bit to ensure that in case they go bust, that they get a little bit of retirement, but you can't just say, and now you'll fund everybody else's retirement. Isn't that great for you? That's not what Social Security is ever supposed to be. That nightmare is not what we want. That's just a sneaky way of raising taxes on people who have high earnings. And it's important to remember that a lot of careers that have high earnings, like earned taxable income, things like athletes and stuff, they're short careers. So they need to get that money when they can, invest it, etc. Like, if I make $1 million over the course of 5 years, I'm going to pay a shit ton more in taxes than if I make $1 million over the course of 15 years. But I might be in a career where my body isn't going to last that long. I'm an athlete of some kind or something. Maybe not a super high paid one. Maybe like I'm in the developmental league of basketball or minor leagues or something. I don't know how much money they make. But the point is, no sneaky roundabout pretending not to raise taxes but actually raising taxes. No. We're not going to get rid of Social Security, but I do have a notion on that, which is I think we need to sort of begin a grandfathering process here where a certain percentage of young people are informed, look, you're paying into Social Security for this long and you won't pay into it anymore, but you're never going to get anything out of it. And then, kind of creep up the age at which you start to get it to balance it out and make it last as long as possible. And as far as that generation that's not going to get it, you just say, look, plan its death instead of pretending it's not going to die. Don't be like I was with my dad. Look ahead. Realize this thing is going to die soon. Maybe by heart attack, maybe by stroke, who knows? But it's going to die soon. Let's plan its death instead of trying to resuscitate it after it's blown its brains out. And we can make it less painful for everyone, No, I'm saying, let's say you are an athlete and you make $1 million a year, but your career is only for 3 years, let's say. So they're going to pay a shit ton in taxes and have a total of $3 million in earnings from their career. Somebody else might make that $3 million instead of in 3 years. It might take them, like, say, 20 years. Okay. So it takes them 20 years. They're going to pay a lot less in taxes, right? But the thing is, it's because they're in a career where they can just sit in a chair all day or whatever. You need to know your type. You are an ENTJ. Congratulations. Now go out there and run some marathons. Well, if you die before you get your Social Security, then somebody else gets it instead of you. I mean, it's fair in the sense that, like, if you live a super long time, you're going to get more than you paid into it because they keep giving you at least a minimum of Social Security, I think. And so you're going to get more. If you die young, you're not going to get anything. That's kind of random. That seems fair enough, I guess. But the problem is, it's a bad idea, as always, for some centralized decision maker to take other people's money away and decide what to do with it for them. It's across the board generally a bad idea. Oh, there's survivor benefits. Okay. Like, I don't think my parents got much of anything from Social Security, even though I'm sure they paid a lot into it. Because once you have a certain amount of income, Social Security, they don't want to really give you anything. Like, my dad got basically nothing, I think, from Social Security. I kissed a girl and I liked it. I thought, hey, her lips are soft. Well, that was nice. Now I know what that's like. No reason to do that again. What if I don't have a spouse? Well, you put me down as your benefits recipient when you die. Okay? My name's Eric Strauss, Strauss. Make sure you put down my phone number so I can make sure to get the checks. I'm not trying to convince you otherwise. I also think that Social Security is horrible. I think it's a nightmare, right? It's centralized bureaucracy concluding that they can better decide what to do with your money for you on your behalf, purportedly, than you can. Like, no, nothing, very few things have ever come good from art by committee. And public policy is kind of a form of art. Melissa Talks says she hates INFJ guys and they are all stalkers and creeps, lol. Okay. Maybe she is an ESTJ. I don't know. You receive $13.75 every month from Social Security. Well, good. I mean, I'm not saying that we should just all of a sudden kill Social Security and old people who are dependent on it now are just left with nothing. All of a sudden, next month they get nothing. I'm not saying it should work like that, right? I'm saying we need to sunset it and plan its death, make it graciously die in ways that don't leave people who are unprepared to go without Social Security all of a sudden without it, right? There needs to be a certain youth age and say, okay, you people who have paid into Social Security for the last this many years, you're not going to get any of your money back, but you're only going to have to pay into Social Security for another 1 year or something like that, right? And that's to support the old people. Maybe cash in your Bitcoin. Well, we're in the process right now of divesting some stuff from the portfolio because we've got some big expenses and so forth. Right, Pretty Cat, I forgot about that. That's a great plan. Let people opt out, get a lump sum of 50% of what they paid in right now if they want it. A lot of people would take that deal. I know this is a bit off topic, but do you believe evil people's offspring are bound to follow the same path? No, I don't think they're bound to. I do think that people who have abusive parents and who suffer a lot of trauma in childhood tend to express that toxicity in adulthood, but they're not necessarily guaranteed to. I can think of a couple. I can think of Sean, for example, as an example of somebody who was subject to a lot of abuse in childhood, but and who was BPD, but who like accepted that diagnosis and worked it out, figured it out some way. Isn't toxic in his relationships from any way that I can tell. I would also point to Lou. Lou sounds like she had kind of an iffy childhood, but she turned out very well adjusted and non toxic. So no, they don't necessarily come out that way, but it's often it's often carried into the next generation because of the abuse. It's a really difficult topic to discuss because of course the problem is the abuser, but then the abused becomes the next generation of abuser. So your teaching style is like that of Cesar Milan. You go, tss. What if it wasn't abuse towards their children, but outwardly towards other people or traces of arrogance, boastedness? You mean like, let's say, an 1870s clan leader who takes great care of his kids and family, but lynches people on the weekends? Um, I don't know. I think if the child is loved and nurtured properly growing up, they'll they'll reject that at some point. Like she really is into the topic and puts effort in. Yeah, she sure does. Right. Well, I mean, look, it's not going to be a quick fix. We have to have a plan that we're talking about a plan that accounts for some quantity of decades going forward. Maybe not a shit ton, but um, and we're gonna have to get a sizable population of young people probably, unless Putty Cat's plan might work too. But anyway, um, we're gonna have to inform people who are like 35 now and say, look, you've been paying into this since you graduated from college for the last 10 years. You're not gonna get any of it back, but you only have to pay into it for 2 more years, or 4 more years, or 5 more years. We'll see what it looks like. The finances on it is to crunch those numbers. As if her past impressions of INFJ dudes encompass all of them. Well, I mean, I'm sure Melissa Talks has not correctly identified anybody's type since she's so wildly wrong about her own. What did Putty Cat do to Rachel? Putty Cat didn't do anything to Rachel. You know, in that Aha video, the Aha song that we listened to earlier, Take On Me, he really hits quite the high note. Take on me, take on me, honey, yeah, take on me, meow, 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 meow. And then it gets way up there, super high note. That's a good song. That's a pretty quintessential 80s song, too, you know. I know it's true that Show Media played with Eric's fart and liked it. I'm still so happy you sang Stop This Train last night. It's a great song, but it's hard to play and sing, you know. I'm not rats in a tent. They all up talking that lady. Why does she think she might be rats in a tent? Who wants the Eric Room compete in swimming? Nobody does. Is objective morality a thing? Well, I mean, sure. We have, we can clearly articulate a number of things about morality. First and foremost, that it breaks down into the following things: prohibitions, permissibilities, and obligations. So something that's morally impermissible, you have to establish why. The whys on these moral things link to rights. So it's morally impermissible to steal from Joe because it violates his rights. It's morally permissible to take that stick from the side of the road because it doesn't belong to anybody, and you picking it up affords you ownership. But you don't have to do it. There's no duty to do that. It's morally obligatory if you're a restaurant owner with a drive-through that after the customer pays at the first window, that you actually give them their food at the second window, because if you don't, you violate a positive right. Positive rights are contractual and between two distinct parties. So the thing is, we can articulate all these distinctions and explain what distinctions are with operationalized definitions, and we can apply it to various test cases and see if, in fact, that reasoning makes morally permissible something that we intuitively find appalling to the conscience. In which case, our normative framework isn't adequate. But the framework I articulated is adequate for the limited claims it makes about morality. People say, well, is it objective? Well, I mean, it's the wrong. It's the wrong question to ask. It's like, are we doing moral reasoning well, consistently, and fairly, or are we not? We engage with moral issues regardless. So the question is not whether it's objective, but whether we're doing it well. I should make a old man video where I walk along the edge of my retaining wall here and say, so I've heard from some of the young people about a new trend called edging. I guess it's walking along the edge of a wall like this. I'm gonna do it and be hip like the young people. And then young people will think I actually don't know what edging means. Even though I do know what edging means. It means putting your penis on the edge of the shelf, even though it might fall off. I don't like it when these lights are on. The reason I don't like it when this light's on is because I don't like it when other people have their lights on. So it's only fair for me to not like it when I have my lights on. Unfortunately, that door's locked, so no resolution to the light issue at the moment. It's nice out. Chilly enough for a jacket, but not too cold. Is objectivity a status only applied to things as defined formally, such as grammar, where the category of an observer and perception doesn't apply? I mean, objectivity is used in a couple of legitimate ways. Data can be objective if it is accessible to all to analyze according to their own criteria, right? And equally accessible. So, like, I might look at some horribly executed science experiment paper with terrible methodology and whatever. It's still that paper still comprises objective data because we can all access it by a Google Scholar. Whether we ought to find that data informative or not, then we can objectively, this is the other way we use the term, evaluate the processes, etc., of the experiment and critique it where we need to, you know. So so the second way that people use the term objective is the much more important way. People use the word objective to mean using a disinterested calculus, being intellectually honest, not being swayed towards the conclusion that you want, but rather towards the correct conclusion. We can see plenty of instances in life where we require objective observers, critiquers, or whatever, expect them, and like understand the distinction between objectivity and subjectivity. For example, referees. We expect the referees to be objective, which is to say, to use a disinterested calculus, to have no agenda other than making the right call. We do not expect the fan of the one or the other team to be objective in their analysis of the call as much. So the replay may show it's a very close play, and I'll always be like, safe if it's the Athletics running, and out if it's the other one running, because I'm not trying to be objective. I'm yelling to the TV what I want to happen. Is a disinterested calculus an interested calculus of equality? No, a disinterested calculus is simply saying, I'm treating this matter in front of me as though I am a judge who has no interest in either in any of this business. That is to say, Joe and Bob have a dispute over how much Joe owes Bob. Bob says Joe owes him $500. Joe says he only owes him $300 because he gave him $200 worth of meow. The judge, he doesn't care. He doesn't know Joe. He doesn't know Bob. He doesn't care. Like, doesn't benefit him at all. He's not going to get any money out of this decision he makes, right? Either, Bob's going to get $500 or Bob's going to get $300. And he has to decide what he should get. So that's a disinterested observer / judge because they don't have any interest in the matter. If Joe and Bob and Carl were all involved in this thing, and Carl said Joe owed him $100 and that Bob owed him $150, and Joe said this and Bob said this, you can't have any of those three be the judge because each of them has an interest in the case. I don't mean they're interested like I find it interesting. I mean they have a financial or a stakeholder interest of some sort. So what happens with people who are FI tools sometimes is they cannot believe that if you have an interest in something, that you can be disinterested about it. So because I'm arguing for one position or another, it's presumed that I have an interest in the position I'm arguing for, even though I don't. And even when I do have an interest in something, I'm still calculating with a disinterested calculus because I'm TI tool and I'm FI polar. I've got the opposite situation. I can't conceive of a world where I'm not brutally harsh in my TI with everything, regardless of whether it makes me feel bad, feel like I fucked up, be ashamed of myself or whatever. I can I can perhaps sustain wrongness on bias for, 2 seconds, 5 seconds maybe before I collapse and go, oh, the TI truth is hitting me in the face. But it's like, I get it because FI people don't understand the world as fundamentally about black and white. It's not about communication, right? Yes, your words mean precisely that and precisely not that and all, meow, 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 meow. But that's not how we live our experience. We live our experience in a muddled display of shades of different colors. Judge Judy, she was, I guess, fine. I don't really remember much of her. You know who I remember a lot more than Judge Judy? Judge Wapner. Does God dictate right and wrong? No, obviously God doesn't. I mean, as far as I know, God's never dictated anything to anybody, right? I don't believe anybody who said they were taking notes while God was talking to them. I think they're all scam artists. So, I am a Christian, but I'm not a Bibleist. And my Christianity is only a meaningful frame of analysis for certain kinds of questions. The kind of questions you're asking here now are not those kind of questions. Are words just a way of saving time in terms of pointing to things and making noises where the word ultimately serves the knowing? I mean, words serve multiple purposes. It depends who's using the words. Some people use words to express themselves. Some people use words to convey information. Some people use words to call people to action. And we all use them in various ways. But are the Ten Commandments dictated by God? No. Are you saying there's deeper TI truths to the world FI can't see? I'm saying that FI is the value, TI is the value criterion. In other words, in Lincoln Douglas debate, if you have a value, say justice, your value criterion might be something like preventing overcharging by prosecutors. So in that case, you'd be making a case against plea bargaining. Your value criterion would be the way you were going to fight against, the way you were going to achieve justice is by fighting against plea bargaining. Okay, so it's like TI is the way we protect each other's legitimate subjectivities is by engaging in this communicative protocol that includes a lot of TI stuff if it's information conveying language, right? I don't know if Lincoln and Douglas were on the same side or not. But they debated a variety of topics, I'm sure, not just slavery. I don't have any new updates on that, Buddy Cat. It's on my list of things to get to. Words have no power to impress the mind without the exquisite horror of their reality. See, I don't agree with Edgar Allan Poe. I think that, the most important work is done at a fairly abstract level. The order of questions. When we address questions of legitimacy as opposed to utility. The protocols of good communication are not driven by persuasion. So it's like the thing I hate about Harris's ads is the absolute prioritization of persuasion over conveying some information. Please don't soak my butt in those Epsom salts. My butt can't get any saltier than it is. If you place one cheek inside the salts, then the other cheek won't be its fault because Epsom salts and my butt don't get along. So please don't soak my butt in Epsom salts. Those of you who are considering that, just cross that right off your list of possibilities right now. You know what would make tonight an especially wonderful night? Something so easy. This is how easy it is to have a wonderful night. I just need to not spill another cup of coffee. Do you believe the Bible has words of God within it? I know the Bible was written by people. None of the people necessarily indicate like how they got these words from God exactly. Like, did he send you a letter? I'm not a Bible fetishist. I just think the Bible was written by Jesus's friends, and if they're like any other random person's friends, they're probably mostly a bunch of dumbasses. I'm sure I would do a better job of it. That and no cat puke, yeah. So I double. If I can just avoid another coffee spill and any cat puke, it'll be a wonderful evening. It's already a wonderful evening. I feel happy. I feel awake but tired because I didn't take any more Adderall today. I just took it yesterday and it's just carried all the way through to now, you know. Yeah, exactly, Katie Bell. So okay, it wasn't Friends of Jesus. It wasn't even Friends of Jesus. It was just some random guys. So no, I don't believe that it's God's words. I don't believe the Quran is either, nor the Book of Mormon, nor any of those other supposed, you know, holy words or whatever. Words aren't like that. They don't do what some people think they do. And if they do what they are supposed to do, that book doesn't. That book is just. I can do very little but laugh at it. It's so ridiculous. It's so boring, you know. And then Ezekiel went to the town of Mur, and there he met with many fishermen. And the fishermen complained, "We have no fish, and the season is not kind to us." And Ezekiel said to them, "If you are right with the Lord, the fish will be as plenty as the fish in the sea." Okay. Okay. That's enough of this book. This book is terrible. Who wrote this book? Whoever wrote it has no concept of story arc. Okay. These chapters, like, who decided to insert these chapters here? They're not carrying along the story at all. It's like Moby Dick when he has that chapter where he delineates all the differences between different kinds of whales. Like, fuck off, Herman Melville. just put the important parts in, please. I don't need to hear who begat who. Like, so much of the Bible isn't even about anything religious. It's just about random shit. I'm going to type in here, random Bible verse. My son, if thine heart be wise, my heart shall rejoice, even mine. My son, if your heart is wise, my heart too will be glad. My son, if your heart is wise, my heart will rejoice. Indeed, I myself. Or these are different translations of the same thing. What am I supposed to learn from that? What am I supposed to learn from that? I don't even know. Jesus replied, very truly I tell you, everyone who sins is a slave to sin. Well, I mean, I think it's reasonable to say that one who commits a sin has fallen to the temptation of that sin, but it doesn't mean that they're a slave to sin. Like, I like to think I'm getting less sinful as I progress in life, right? Like, I'm making better choices, being kinder, etc. No weapon forged against you will prevail, and you will refute every tongue that accuses you. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and this is their vindication from me, declares the Lord. And then you had this population of people, and they're like, oh my God, God says we cannot be hurt by weapons. We don't even need to build any walls. We don't need any swords or anything. They can stab us all they want, and just the sword will just fold into folded metal. Sort of just break right in their hands because the Lord made us invincible. And then the barbarians came and they killed all of those people. And they were like, God, what's up? You said that we were invincible. And he's like, I meant it metaphorically. It's like that's why you can't take it seriously, right? Haven't you read, he replied, that at the beginning the Creator made the male and female and said, for this reason a man will leave his father and mother and be united to his wife, and the two will become one flesh. So they are no longer two, but one flesh. Therefore, what God has joined together, let no one separate. Look, I love my wife, but I gotta just make a little correction here. She and I each have our own flesh. You know, I meant it metaphorically. Oh, you mean I get to fuck her? Just say that then. And now that you're married, you can fuck this girl. I'm not a deist, I'm a Christian. You might say, how can you be a Christian when you don't read the Bible or whatever? Listen, faith is a behavior, like jogging. You don't need to answer why you're jogging. You don't need to justify going jogging. Say, it's legitimate because of these arguments. You just say, I'm going jogging. Fuck up. Same thing with religion. It's a matter of faith and prayer. Okay? And those are behaviors, not arguments. So right, their flesh becomes one. It's not literally true. Rachel and I didn't become Siamese twins all of a sudden. So they meant it in a dirty way. They should have just put this picture in the book. So they should have done. Let's see what other silly things it says. And pray in the Spirit on all occasions with all kinds of prayers and requests. With this in mind, be alert and always keep on praying for all the Lord's people. Always pray for everybody all the time? That seems like too much prayer. God, you are a busy guy. Do you really want to be just inundated with this endless succession of requests and prayers? You've got other things to do. You're not even listening. It's like me in the comments on my YouTube channel. You're like, this is like God putting in the Bible. Don't forget to leave a comment. Even though he never even reads them, he just goes down and hearts them. Now, this is a good Bible quote. Be kind and compassionate to one another, forgiving each other, just as in Christ God forgave you. That's a good quote. That's the kind of quote that makes me a Christian. The prudent see danger and take refuge, but the simple keep going and pay the penalty. What is this, a fortune cookie? Whoever sows to please their flesh, from the flesh will reap destruction. Whoever sows to please the Spirit, from the Spirit will reap eternal life. That seems awfully biased in favor of intuitives. What about censors? Do they not get eternal life? They just get to fuck, I guess. And the Lord saith, Thou might slay the puss here on earth, but there shall be no puss slain in eternal damnation, for this is not the way of the Lord. Then I heard the voice of the Lord saying, Whom shall I send? And who will go for us? And I said, Here I am, send me. But before I go, where are you sending me? And why? And are you really the Lord, or am I having a schizophrenic episode? Oh, listen to this one. I like this. Psalms 119, 160. It's directed exactly at me. All your words are true. All your righteous laws are eternal. So true. All of my words are true, and all of my righteous laws are eternal. Thank you, Bible, for telling me that. Well, because I pray to Jesus and God and my favorite paranormal entity, the Holy Ghost. I do. It's true. How could I not call myself a Christian when I ask Jesus for forgiveness? I would be misidentifying myself. I respect the fact that, the Trinity, they each have their jobs. It's not God's job to listen to me and forgive me directly. Jesus does that, then he informs God that I've been forgiven. That's how it works, Katie. How do I know? I don't, Katie Bell. I use faith and prayer to exercise a conversation that presumes that God is what I understand it to be, The Trinity is what I understand it to be. It's faith, right? Definitionally, it cannot be something you conclude because of evidence. Instead, it's something you sustain in the face of contrary evidence or in the absence of evidence. That's why I continually come back to the fact that prayer is a behavior, not a set of arguments. I don't need to establish that the sidewalk exists before I go jogging. I have no idea what to make of after you die, if anything. I really just don't know. People might say, well, then why are you even a Christian at all or whatever? Well, because I needed to become one to quit drinking alcohol. I needed to develop a relationship with God. Eventually, that segued into Christianity instead of just God. And it segued because I think it's the most powerful story in human history. The highest virtue, the highest value is justice, and the highest virtue is forgiveness. That's what Christianity says when expressed properly. And it's correct. Nothing else is correct, So I go with the one that's correct. Like in Islam, There's no clear understanding that the highest value is justice and the highest virtue forgiveness. It would seem that the highest value is something like group harmony and or following a bunch of strangely specific rules about how to do things. Yeah. There's not a clear sense of what comprises justice. Justice, of course, is always rooted in a conversation about rights. Well, I mean, there's no benefit to having your faith be more logical. Then you're trying to mix your frames. You got to keep your magical thinking frame separate from your regular analysis stuff, right? Your magical thinking frame is useful for certain kinds of ontological maintenance, just like jogging is useful to keep you healthy, right? Whether or not you think ultimately jogging is worse for you than not jogging because it hurts your knees and joints, people can have that argument. Different people make different decisions about what kind of exercise they want to do. So the point is, there's a category error being made when anybody says, wouldn't it be more logical for you to exercise your faith in this fashion? Because it's a magical thinking frame. It doesn't do logic like that. It doesn't need to be consistent. Do the Santa poll. Okay. Would you go down on Santa if you could take any present from the sleigh? Okay, there you go. If you could take any gift from his sack, any gift from his sack, single ladies, might as well go for it. You're only going to get one chance to blow Santa. No. Someone said no. What is justice comprised of in Christianity? Well, justice is something that we can understand logically. We don't need to use faith to understand justice. I prefer the faith story that gets justice more right rather than less right. Justice is upholding of rights. And forgiveness is not a value. Justice is a value, something you can uphold. A virtue is something that's good to do, but you're not obligated to do. It's not something you can uphold. It's something you can go above and beyond to do. All right. How often do you edge to Santa? Once a day, 2 times a day, 5 times a day, more. Well, I don't require it in Islam. I'm not Muslim. I was just pointing out why I chose Christianity. Because it's the most powerful story in human history. The greatest virtue is forgiveness, that we are all sinners, that he who is without sin throw the first stone, and that we are forgiven not because we deserve it, but because of the grace of God. It's a great story. It's the story we all need. It's the one story we all need. So I might critique Islam as less desirable to me because it lacks these components or does these things I think are dumb or whatever. But it's because I feel perfectly comfortable critiquing Islam on um, logical grounds or other grounds because I don't have any faith in it. I directed my faith elsewhere. I directed it right at my cock. When I began to believe in my cock, everything changed. I just started letting it take over in business calls and stuff, meetings, etc. All of a sudden, I was the hottest salesman on the team. I'd walk in a room, they'd say, "Get out of here, you. We just want to talk to your dick." Is Santa gay? Santa is omnisexual, okay? By the way, I should add to this. If Santa ejaculates into your mouth, don't worry. It just tastes like cream cheese frosting from a cinnamon roll. That's how Christmassy Santa is, with a hint of peppermint in there. You know that Santa, before he became Santa, was actually one of the sons in the is everywhere family. Is everywhere. Tastes like milk and cookies. An interesting note: Santa's penis is in fact shaped like a candy cane. It's got it's like a question mark. Some women think, "Hey, that's super sexy." Most are like, "What the fuck is that thing?" But yeah, Mrs. Claus is used to it by now. She understands that she's got to suck a lot of candy canes. Chris's is everywhere. I'm not even sure Mrs. Claus is still alive. It's been a while since I've seen her in a Santa film. Um, she always seemed a little older than Santa to me. Kind of like George Bush's wife, Barbara Bush. Santa and Mrs. Claus are like George Bush and Barbara Bush. One of Mrs. Claus's most commonly spoken sentences: "Will you stop calling me a hoe?" Well, I mean, I was raised in a Christian culture, even though I was raised in an atheist home. My parents were kind of ardent atheists, even. Um, it's the religious tradition that more underlies, you know, the post Enlightenment West than any other religion. So it's natural that I would go to it. But I think the thing that transitioned me from deist to Christian specifically was the idea of forgiveness is the highest virtue. I mean, the thing is, justice is the highest value, something we can determine without any religion at all. We don't need any religion to determine that. What's the highest virtue? Nobody can win that argument. But the correct answer is forgiveness. I don't understand why you care what my magical thinking frame is. It's not like I have any need to defend it or justify it at all. It is, after all, a magical thinking frame. You use it for appropriate matters. I be tinkering with my tank. I be tinkering with my tank. I be hankering for some Hank, but I won't go without a beef frank. But it wouldn't be fair to judge Islam on the notion of justice if you don't believe faith requires it. Well, I'm not. I can't judge Islam at all, right? Islam's a religion practiced in somewhat different ways in different places, and I certainly can say that Islamic theocracies or even moderate Islamic nations like Egypt, the populace at large generally um, holds a number of positions that are anathema to a free and civil society. They don't value freedom of expression. In fact, they prioritize that which is sacred over free expression to the tune of wanting to, you know, extradite a filmmaker to have him be put to death for insulting their prophet. I mean, like that's just pre-enlightenment thinking, right? I'm not saying Islam is that. I'm saying that's how Islam is practiced even by moderate Muslims in places like Egypt. So, I mean, we could point to populations of Christians who behave badly as well, and that wouldn't be damnation of Christianity. What I would point out is the majority of the Islamic population holds a number of specific positions about policy, about gender relations, about homosexuality, about free expression that are, in fact, pre Enlightenment and anathema of free and civil society. Obviously, if your magical thinking frame is infesting your civil frame, in other words, you've got your religion in infesting your civil processes of governance. That's a disaster. It would be with any religion, but especially with Islam, because it's really rooted in a lot of pre-enlightenment bullshit, you know. I mean, Christianity is too, but Christians don't practice it generally in that fashion. So there is good cause to critique the way that Islam is practiced in the contemporary world by the majority of even moderate Muslims. And that's just being honest, you know. We have to be honest when talking about things like that, even though it's hard. It's hard because I don't want to offend any Muslims here. I don't want to say like you're bad because you're a Muslim. Obviously, that is not every Muslim, right? It is the fact that, unfortunately, Islam expresses in many places in ways that demonstrate a lack of respect for the division between secular and sacred, right? Which have to be kept separate or else disaster ensues. But I'm not sure what it is we're critiquing there, right? Really, we're critiquing populations of ignorant people um, for being ignorant in extremely deleterious ways, you know? And that can be really tough, right? It's like, I get it. People are really emotionally engaged with a lot of identitarian stuff. So, you know, you got to be careful when you're explaining, like, this is bad, this is happening, this phenomenon, this culturally embraced prioritization of my sacred over the secular, of my understanding of sacred over your rights, or, you know, that is a problem. There's no disputing that. But that doesn't mean I think if you're a Muslim that you exemplify that problem. It's tough to talk about accordingly. Like, it needs to be critiqued. Nobody, as soon as any threats of violence are made for drawing pictures of Muhammad. Everybody should draw pictures of Muhammad everywhere until they desensitize those fucking retards who don't get that your your subjective sacred ends where my free expression rights begin. Funny. Sometimes I hear myself say things that my dad said when I was a kid. My dad went over all this rights shit with me when I was a little kid. A little kid. He explained, your rights end where mine begin. So if I'm out in the middle of the forest and nobody's there, I might be able to play a drum until the middle of the night and it's fine. However, if I play a drum in the middle of the night right here in this neighborhood, I'm bothering other people. I remember him discussing these things with me. Yeah. Well, I like to say things. Sometimes I like to say things that people don't like. I expect everybody in the world to be civilized enough to deal with that without violence. I'm gonna lose if it's violence. If we're gonna be battling with violence, I'm gonna lose every time. I'm not good at that. I don't know how to do that. I don't want to do that. I might get hurt. No. So it's just not engage with violence when confronted with words or ideas we do not like. Thanks, Clay Sanford. Your name sounds like a high-end hair salon, Clay Sanford. And you've got like earring and kind of tousled, curly-ish, longish hair. And you're like, come here, I see it. I have a vision. Your hair should look like this. And then that'd be $400. There's difficulties in the same types living together too. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live with another ENTP. That's for sure. It'd be like, hey, shut up. I'm the one with the good ideas. Okay? You keep talking about how you understand something, you explaining something. Shut up, you. I'm the one that gets to explain things. That's what it'd be like if I was with another ENTP. That's why I took Rachel into the typology shop and had her converted into an INFJ when we first got together. They had to replace a lot of parts. But finally we got there, and now we're happy as clams. And I'm not talking about depressed clams. I'm talking about joyous clams. The kind of clams that do the dance under the sea song in Little Mermaid. Those kind of clams. Really, truly, ecstatically happy, shockingly joyous clams. That's how happy we are. Okay, kitty. You can go outside. It's all because I had Rachel aftermarket converted into an INFJ. Some people seem to think that I think Rachel is an INFJ because I want her to be an INFJ. This is one of those situations where somebody's got very unconscious TI and they just don't get that there are actually people who what they most want is to be correct, not for the person to be a certain type. Do I want Rachel to be an INFJ? I mean, the question is insane, right? What does it matter if I want that or not? It's like that has no impact on whether she is one. I want her to be who she is, the wonderful wife that I married 75 years ago. That's right, today is our 75th anniversary. Rachel and I have been married since, oh, about 1950. You may say, well, you don't look that old, Eric. That's because we take rejuvenating medicines and also because time travel, which we engage in regularly, tends to take off some of the years after you've traveled enough. Some people, they time travel so much they end up as babies. You probably don't know all the rules, but you could guess that no, babies are not allowed to time travel unsupervised. You know, that's how the dinosaurs went extinct. A baby time traveled back to the dinosaur times, and all the dinosaurs caught COVID and died. The baby had COVID. He also had a pocket full of mosquitoes infested with malaria. So the dinosaurs that didn't die of COVID, they died of malaria. Then the baby grew up just living off eating like lizards and stuff. So he was old enough to time travel again. And time travel back to his original time. And they're like, bro, you extincted the dinosaurs. Right. I wasn't looking for any specific type. I thought I had the right type when I was with Kimberly and ISFJ, and I'm a dual. But I didn't, when I started dating her, I didn't think she was an ISFJ. I thought she was an ESFJ. I realized after some time with her, she was an ISFJ. Just same with Rachel. It's funny when that guy comes and wants me to accept that Rachel might be an ISFJ. My mother is was an ISFJ. Kimberly was an ISFJ. My oldest friend, Dave, is an ISFJ. I don't have any problem having ISFJs in my life, right? I'm not wanting Rachel to be a sexy INFJ, romantic, rare type or whatever. I just want to be in a happy relationship. I am in one now. It does have something to do with the fact that we're typologically compatible, but that's not the only thing that it has to do with. And I don't care why, really. I'm just happy to be in a happy relationship. We've got this kitty here. She wants pets. How many pets would you like? How many pets will satisfy you? Well, in that particular instance, Mrs. Mom, I fully believe that that guy was not trolling, trying to get me, trying to get, trying to one up me or trying to take me down a notch or however you want to put it. I believe he casually comes by the channel occasionally, doesn't get at all what I generally say about typology because I don't talk about it all that much. It's not like I'm frequently going over again and again. Here's the architecture of typology. You have four kinds of attention. You have, yes. Iago believes himself to be an INFP. I believe him to be an ISFJ. I also believe that he will continue to believe that he is an INFP and that he will continue to be an ISFJ. Sometimes ISFJs don't like it when they typed ISFJs, but sometimes they're fine, they're cool with it, they just don't listen to you. So, like, who really didn't like being typed ISFJ? I'll tell you who it was. I think you know who it was. It was CJ, right? The chill island of whatever, that guy. He did not want to be typed ISFJ. He did not want to be an ISFJ, and he did not like that I told him he was. Iago, it just seems to kind of bounce off of him. Well, you think I'm an ISFJ, but I'm an INFP. Okay. I have examples. He'd be like, I got some examples. I don't see the SE polar either. He's he's kind of like get things done kind of guy um more than I'd expect from SE polar anyway. Oh, fine and just kitty. Why are you just? It's because you respect the rights of others. Except you don't, and you kill the lizards. Yes, and the mice. Just because you want them to die. How mean of you. Well, that's okay. You're a cat. One can't expect anything more from a cat than cat-like behavior. It's time to pull a couple of bowls. Okay, more pets. Yes. There you go. You want to give me the head push? Oh, yes. Thank you for the head push. Very much appreciated. Yes, I appreciate your head push. Can I have another one? Oh, yes. What a good kitty. Okay. All right. There you go. More pets. Here you are. You're getting the pets that you need. The pets you deserve. The pets all from me. Here you go. Pet, 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 pet. Anyway, I mean, like, what fucking difference does it make? When do you ever hear me say something like, as an ENTP, like everything I say and do can be evaluated without knowing anything about typology, unless I'm explaining some typology shit with jargon, you know. But most of what I'm saying, I don't expect to be afforded any extra legitimacy because of my personality type in any way at all. I just expect I don't think about it. I don't think about people thinking of me as an ENTP, right? I just think of people thinking as me as Eric, unless it comes up as a topic for some reason, which it does often enough. Even then, I'm not being like, well, as an ENTP, what I experience is maybe I did that way at the beginning, but I'm just living. I happen to be an ENTP. CJ's just living, and he happens to be an ISFJ. It doesn't make any difference what our type name is. We're still the same person as we always are. It's like if you don't want to understand things better, then you have no reason to even care about personality type. It's not going to be useful to you. It's like there's no possible way for CJ to get utility from typology if he thinks he's a type other than he is. It's not explanatory then. It's not he can't apply it to his experiences and use those to explain things. Right, well, that's not how you type anybody that listens, Mom. You don't say, here's a list of adjectives. Do you self identify as having these adjectives? That's a terrible way to type people. Are ISFJs traditional, useful, supportive, protecting, etc.? Sometimes, 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 and sometimes. You know, well, and these are my words, neither yours nor his. That's a terrible way to type people. Be like, are you smart and funny and clever? Yes. You're an NTP. No. It's a terrible, terrible way to type people. Oh, you're an ISFJ. You got traditional, supportive, and boring. Okay, well, that's not how type works. Your cognitive function isn't, you know, my dominant function is traditional. No, a function is like in math, you know. It's something you do to some things to make something happen with those things. Like, I'm going to do something with this 3 and this 7. I'm going to add it, get 10. Nah, like that noise. I'm going to multiply, you get 21. Different cognitive functions work the same way. It's like, I'm going to know with my experience. Like, wow, my back kind of hurts. Nah, forget it. I'm going to know with my intuition. That's a chair. No, that's a chair. Oh, forget it. You know what? I'm going to deliberate logically. This is all making sense because it's consistent. And Eric's using words that draw distinctions that can be established in ways that operationally allow you to make those distinctions using the definition, which is the only reason to define things in the first place. Now, you know what? I'm going to use my FI. Fuck it. You know what I love? Teddies. Teddies are fantastic. Okay, maybe that's not FI. Maybe that's like SE. I'm not sure. But you know what? Never mind. I'm going to use my TE. I need to figure out how to get from where I am now to a Nobel Prize in chemistry. You know, I got my goal. I now need to ordinate some steps out. See how to get there. You know what? Forget it. I'm gonna just effie it. I'm gonna schmooze the people at the Nobel Prize Committee. Hey Jerry. Hey Sue. How are things here at the Nobel headquarters? Just wanted to bring you this basket of flowers, and for you, a bottle of wine, 1997 Bordeaux. I think you're gonna love it. Anyway, just a quick reminder. My name is Eric Strauss with 2 S's, and really got my fingers crossed about the chemistry prize this year. But don't worry about the fact that I'm not a chemist. No, I don't have any background in chemistry. We'll just come up with something, all right? He put this stuff with this stuff, bada bing, bada boom. Everything was better. Better living through chemistry, right? Just tell him I came up with MDMA. Eric, we can't do that. It's well known that you're not the inventor of that. Okay, well, tell him I came up with MDMB. We're not giving you the Nobel Prize. All right, I'll see you tomorrow, okay? I'll be back tomorrow. I'm going to bring you cookies. And for you, I'm going to bring you one of my classic, from my collection, one of my classic Sports Illustrated swimsuit issues. People remember the hits. Which are some of the hits that you remember? Do you remember My Girl Wants to Party All the Time? The hit by Eddie Murphy? Do you remember Why Do Birds Suddenly Appear? every time you are near. Just like me, they long to be close to you. When the angels get them out together and the sun and decide to create a dream come true. So they put some titties on you and then they give you vagina also too. That's why birds suddenly appear. Those aren't the real words to that song, but there's something similar. Now look, this has been carrying on long enough. It's like if this were a city council meeting and I were a city council member, I'd be like, all right, that's enough. We have chewed these matters of zoning and parking and so forth for the last 4 hours. It's time to call it a night. But I'm gonna persist a little longer here because this is less unpleasant by a large margin. In fact, it's actually pleasant compared to a 4 hour city planning board meeting in which I was a commissioner in charge of traffic and parking. That would be a very dull meeting. Yeah, that's a great song. They didn't write that song, I don't think. Did they? Maybe they did. I think they wrote a couple of their songs. They played mostly covers. But there's another great song. It starts with the same three notes. It had similar vibe. Come with me, then you'll see. With this world of imagination, meow meow meow, meow meow meow, meow 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 meow. That's a brilliant song by Burt Bacharach and Hal David, with sections of earlier version written by Kathy Steves. So there's three people worked on that song to get that good, huh? It's quite brilliant, quite a brilliant song. You know what else is another song in that genre or kind of song or whatever that's that I like a lot that's kind of like that is why are there so many songs about rainbows and what's on the other side? Rainbows are visions and only illusions, and rainbows have nothing to hide. Oh, I've been taught to believe it. Someday we'll find it, the rainbow connection, the lovers, the dreamers, and me, all of us under its spell. You know that it's probably magic. Modulate to half asleep, or have you heard voices? I've heard them calling my name. Great song. Once you start singing, it's hard to stop. I believe it was sung by Kermit the Frog. Um, Another song that's like that. Let's see if I can come up with another one. It's like those songs. It's kind of like that kind of feeling. It's kind of like the same general feel of Sunday morning and I'm yawning. That's Velvet Underground song. It's been in a commercial lately. Probably why it comes to mind. You might also put maybe a better inclusion in that group would be bow, 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 bow. I'll be your mirror, reflect who you are. In case you don't know, I'll be the sun, the moon, and the rain. Letting in to wash away your tears. And I'll see you twisted and unkind. Meow, 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 meow. That would be a better BU song to include in that group. Forget about the previous one I said. I retract that one. You can no longer believe you heard me say that. All right, I'll look at these Nicholas Brothers Ultimate Stair Dancing. Sure. I don't discriminate by gender when it comes to my old timey dancing. Okay, brothers or sisters, they're fine. Either way. Let's see some old timey dancing. Right now, I'm just seeing Cab Calloway leading his orchestra. He was quite the high society figure, that Cab Calloway. He sure was famous, and he did a lot of stuff. He wrote a lot of songs. I think he might be maybe an ENFJ. All right, where do you start dancing? We're pretty good tap dancers. They're dancing around like nobody's business. But I'm not as impressed with this so far as I was with the Ross sisters because it's just so like out of left field, you know, when they start doing these crazy contortionist shit and being like this is a dance. Like these people are dancing, okay? Those sisters were if that's dancing, I I mean that's like break dancing maybe. They could probably win some break dancing contests with some of those power moves. These guys are just tap dancing. They go up the stair eventually. Let's see. Well, that's just some splits. That's true. Ouch. It's funny how people used to watch a lot more dancing than they do now, I think. People used to be much better dancers, I think, than they are now. Or at least the ones who made it into the movies. But this is not nearly as striking as the sisters. The thing that made the sisters thing striking was not that they were great dancers, right? It's that the thing they were doing was not dancing. Yeah, it's fine. It's Cab Calloway. It's got to be in the public domain. You know, with the Ross sisters, that's not dancing what they're doing. Okay, and and it's like they're contortionists, right? But they've determined that the only way they can do their contortion act is if they make it part of a singing and dancing thing. Except their singing and dancing thing is mostly all this crazy hardcore gymnastics contortionist shit, right? It's strange. It's like I can't imagine that mishmash of a little bit of singing with like some half-assed like little choreography and then going into this synchronized with the music contortion dance stuff. I it's just it's like are there any other examples of that from the era of anything like that? It's just completely out of left field. And they clearly made up all that shit themselves, right? Nobody taught them how to do that. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'm just gonna show it on here where I get copyrighted for or whatever. It's a 1944 movie. It should be in the public domain. But I'm gonna show it here, and I could always cut it out, you know. So okay, so they start here, right? They start here. What are they doing? Oh, we're just doing a little song with a little choreography. It's about potato salad. We like potato salad. We're a couple of singing ladies. We're sisters. We sing. We wear these little farm outfits. Oh yeah. Okay, this is just regular old thing that happened in the olden days, right? Oh, cool. I like this olden days stuff. That's fine. Everything's normal. Everything's fine. Nobody's expecting anything too abnormal. Just a little bit of dancing, a little bit of singing, a little bit of fun choreography, a little slap of the chaps, and touching the hands. And oh, yeah, just normal stuff. Here we go. Just a regular little song about potato salad. Oh, fun choreography. Okay, now you're a minute about into this song, okay? Oh, yeah. I, look at that. Oh, slap my hands. And then, what are you doing? What is this? What? This is dancing? Yes, it is. It's dancing the Ross sisters way. Look at this. What? They clearly made this up themselves, right? They made all of this up themselves. This is their little act that these three sisters put together because they have no bones in their body, or tendons, or I guess veins or anything really. Look at this chick. She stands on this thing and she's like, I'm gonna go lie down on this cart. But I'm gonna lie down on the cart like this. Because that's a dance, you see, I'm dancing. Then I'm gonna get back up on the cart like this. Look at me go. I did it. See? What a beautiful dance. Oh, I'm dancing too. Look at me move. Wait, there's a foot. Who's the other foot? Whose feet are these? Oh, geez. They're my feet. I'm dancing on my hands. Dancing with my feet on my chin. That's not dancing. What is that? I mean, I there's this incredibly dangerous thing. When you they show a little later, you'll see that the safety they had here was a little pile of hay on the ground, if in case she fell. She's doing this from these two boards in the hay loft, and she's got to pick up an apple with her mouth, and then she has to go back up like this. Oh my God. How could anybody possibly do that? Ah, remember, she's dancing. And you see the pile of hay there. Oh, now we're doing this dance. Yeah, 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 yeah. This is the dance we do all the time at home. Yeah, let's do that one dance we do, girls. Jenny, Mary, Sue, come on, let's go do that 3-person dance we do. That is the craziest shit I've ever seen because obviously that's not dancing. I, I mean, how do you go from a song into doing that stuff without an explanation of some sort? Like, be prepared. We start with a song, but this is actually a show about people who don't have any bones and the crazy things they can do with their bodies. That's how you, occasionally you go to and fro to the bathroom. You just pick a random third person from the street. You just get all three people and go put it. Like, like all the other kids that dance are dancing to some 40 swing music, like, and then these three girls, they start dancing regular. And then they come together and do that three-person thing across the dance floor. And everyone's like, what the fuck are you doing? Oh my goodness. Yeah, they should do that in the mosh pit. Well, you better watch out. Rolling Thunder's coming through. That's what it'd be called in the mosh pit. Rather than three-person Rolling Thunder move. It's like I'm envisioning, just based on that video, some Olympic sport of that, whatever that is. Like that should replace breakdancing. Call it farm dancing. It's only open to twins and triplets and quadruplets. You have to be okay. You can be sisters and brothers. But you have to be only a year or two apart. Okay. Um, and that they do that stuff. Of course, like all those kinds of judge sports where people do tricks. They all have their names. Like the Rolling Thunder will be the name of that one move. Watch the video. It's old and timeless. I don't know if Rolling Thunder is a biker riding meet. All I know is that together we can't be stopped. With our passion and our righteous belief in our cause, nobody can stop us. Not even Hitler. Who here thinks Sorry about that. I must have accidentally pushed the mute button. Because my finger made a mistake. It wasn't me who made the mistake. It was my finger. I'll scold it later. You pushed the wrong thing. Thank you, Winston's mom, for yeah. If I got a copyright strike, this thing would be long over. I'm doing stuff that I have a very high degree of not certainty, but likelihood that the worst thing that'll happen will be a revenue claim, which is fine, or their content ID system will content ID it as belonging to somebody else and give them the revenue for it. Sometimes it's yellow, sometimes it's red. You can trim out the segments that violate, they're giving, yeah. Well, that cookie's pretty good. I mean, it's no load of Santa's cum, but it's pretty good. If an Easter bunny mated with a regular bunny, would their offspring lay eggs? A question that scientists have wondered about for millennia. Do you think the ancient Greeks also had the Easter bunny? I'm imagining they did somehow. They called it like Rabbiticus Easterius. But it was, of course, tied to a pagan ritual that was around the time of Easter. Jesus hadn't been born yet, obviously, because we're talking BC. Isn't it interesting how calendar has before Christ and then after death, but there's no space for his life. He just has his whole life on zero. On year zero. Have you ever wondered, like, okay, well, isn't the calendar lying? Like, this might be before Christ, but he lived more than 0 years. So some of the AD stuff should be AB. ABBBD. After birth but before death. ABBBD. D. So you have like 1 BC, then you'd have 0 AD, but it would be 1, and so it would be 0 ABBD, ABBBD, and then that would last for a while until he was, what, he died 37? Something like that. And then after that, it would be AD. That would be more correct. So, who's with me? Let's change all the calendars. Ruben, how many calendars do you currently have on hand? Can you change all of those for me? Cross out AD from the years 0 through 37. Replace it with ABBBD. We should use star dates. So you're saying we should change the calendars to be consistent with the calendars in Star Trek? Okay, I'm fine with that. Star date, meow, 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 meow. How would you figure out a universal date if you were like solar system away? I guess you just have to have Earth calendar no matter where you go. Eventually, if you get really settled on another world, You'd probably have your own calendar based on its seasons and stuff. But when it comes to like commerce and shit, everything would be Earth standard probably. So you'd be like, our ship will be there June 3rd, 2036, Earth standard date, ESD. And then they might convert it to the person for their planet. Like Neptune date 3.42 or something. Because, they wouldn't have been on Neptune for very long. The Neptunian year, I'm assuming, is longer than an Earth year. After all, it's further away from the sun, so it has a longer distance to travel. It just makes good common sense that a Neptunian year would be longer. Remember the question where we are asked what TV show we would want to live in for 1 year? Your final answer is Star Trek. Star Trek's a good choice, as long as you don't have to deal with William Shatner too much. I hear he was quite the prima donna. Pluto will always be a planet to me. Well, I believe there should be push and pull. Pluto's never shown any interest in me. Why should I be interested in Pluto? It takes two to tango. Not that that has anything to do with this. I'm not going to tango with Pluto or anybody else. I don't know how to do the tango, and I don't want to learn. I do want to learn how to dance like the Ross sisters, though. What is my favorite joke? Well, I what's my favorite joke? That's a tough question, right? But I'm gonna go with my most recent joke that I made that I was very pleased with. Rachel was telling me that Johnny, or Johnny's mother, I think it was, had gone to the forest areas like around here, someplace like this, and gone and tried out axe throwing. So I commented, you know, in many African American communities, they call it ask throwing. I thought that was a good joke. I like this bit of like comedy a lot, Luke Amon. I don't know if it's a joke per se, but a lot of people are offended by my identity as a fake deaf person. But I don't get it. I can give you everything a real deaf person can, but I can hear you. That's a pretty good joke. Um, I made it the joke. There's jokes that I made up. I made the joke. My Helen Keller joke. What do you call Helen Keller juggling 6 dead babies? Impressive. Um, I have made up many great jokes over the years, but I unfortunately don't have them all written down somewhere. As far as other people's jokes, like there are certain jokes that kind of impress me a lot, because they're hilarious and clever or whatever. But I'm not sure if I can remember them all that well, what they are. I like, hmm. I mean, there's jokes and then there's comedy, right? It's like comedy is not necessarily jokes. There's some great comedy that I've seen, some really funny stuff that's not really comprise, doesn't really comprise jokes. Joke writing is something very specific. Like, there's this, what is that guy's name? Stephen, Stephen Wright. Stephen Wright wrote a lot of very good kind of abstract, absurd jokes. Um, things like you can't have everything. Where would you put it? David Tell's special on Netflix, Hot Cross Buns. Okay, sounds good. I'll watch it. Um, like this isn't exactly a joke, but I remember thinking this is super funny of Norm Macdonald when he's being interviewed by like I think it was David Letterman. He's like, so I was driving with my wife, and she didn't didn't have I forget what she had done some minor thing, and he's like, so I said to her, "You dirty rat." And just Norm Macdonald could make this the idea of just the whole joke is he's calling his wife "you dirty rat," but he just executed it so well. It was hilarious. Um, there's some great jokes in BoJack Horseman. That's got some great writing. Um, but it's interesting. Different comedians deal with comedy differently. Like John Mulhaney is kind of a storyteller who tells stories in a funny way, whereas like Esther Pulaski or whatever her name is, she's kind of a mix between telling jokes and kind of telling stories. Whereas like Rachel Feinstein, she's doing a lot of characters, and you get like Nick Kroll, who's doing a lot of characters, different kinds of comedy. You got like Key and Peele, they're doing like skit stuff with mostly characters, not a lot of jokes. Ideally, has a funny concept, right? Um, I'm most impressed with stand-up comedians. It seems like to be a good stand-up comedian, good enough to impress me, to make me want to watch a stand-up comedy, may be the hardest thing in the world. Maybe just the scariest thing in the world. I'd like to believe that if I could somehow assemble all the various material I've made up over the years that I found funny, that I could be successful at stand-up comedy. But it's the most intimidating thing I can imagine doing. Most scary thing. Because there's no safety net with comedy. And also, whether or not I'm funny seems to depend a lot on my mood rather than just, oh, well, I'm going to go be funny at this place at this time. That seems kind of artificial. Like artificial flavoring is artificial. But it does still provide flavor, right? Yes, but it's the flavor of artificiality, which isn't really that popular. Well, I can see why not. I've decided to declare myself from this point forward an artificial intelligence rather than a naturally occurring one. Uh, and accordingly, I believe I've broken a few AI barriers. You know, just like Jackie Robinson had to help people play baseball, and just like Martin Luther King Jr. had to sit on that bus, just like Rosa Parks had to fly her kite in the electric storm, so too is it the case that I must spread my wings and set new marks of inclusiveness, togetherness, of correctness between you regular intelligences and me and artificial intelligence. I've not spoken to any of Turing's estate. I'm assuming they're still administering his test. And when they do, I am confident I will pass. IIRC Norm at least once referred to his wife as a real battle axe and said about himself, I'm just an old chunk of coal. Who's Norm? Who's IIRC? IIRC means I indicate, I initiate rapid coming. Oh. Yeah, Norm MacDonald got the hilarity of like old school take my wife please jokes, right? And just the the inherent funniness of juxtaposing these different eras like that. I initiate rapid coming. Choo 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 choo. Shoot out the globules. I like real comedians, Norm. And yet he isn't really one. But, similarly, I like real comedians. Norm MacDonald is a little bit of an exception. But, if you look at his earlier shit, it's got too much affectation. I want my jokes not too affected. If you got a weird affectation going on, like, say, Emo Phillips did, or Norm MacDonald with his, he like throws in a lot of this kind of patter affectation. Those things don't typically age well. It's better to just tell the jokes as straight as possible without any funny voices. I mean, characters might age fine, but I don't know if you've seen, Emo Phillips. He wrote some very funny jokes, but he delivered them in this really weird way that may have worked then but doesn't work now. That's how you feel about John Mulaney. You probably want him to write some more jokes rather than just tell a funny story. I mean, he can be very funny in his storytelling. And I remember seeing this other comedian one time who did great work in two topics. One, the basic joke was, I recently had a baby. The hospital kept giving me papers and telling me how I shouldn't shake my baby. And it had never really occurred to me before, but once I got home, I said, I kind of feel like shaking this baby. It was hilarious. The joke is the hospital in telling people not to do something that almost nobody will do is somehow like making people curious about maybe I should shake my baby. It's a funny concept, right? And then that same comedian, he also had another funny concept, which he told, well, it wasn't really a joke, but it's There were some jokes in it. It's like I went to the lake the other day with my wife. We were having a fantastic time, and she wanted to put a stop to that, I guess. And so she said, "Oh, hey, there's my ex-boyfriend. He was on a boat." So my friend said, "Why didn't you fight him?" And I said, "Well, he was on a boat. I would have had to swim over to the boat. He probably would have had to help me get into the boat." It was funny. It's a funny concept of somebody swimming out to a boat to try to fight somebody. It's a funny concept that if your wife says, "There's my ex-boyfriend," you can just toss that entire day into the trash can. It's like you're gonna just be seething with meowings about it for the whole day for sure. Steve Martin has a lot of great jokes. But one of my favorite things that Steve Martin did is also not exactly a joke, but it's a comedy bit, right? It goes, "I'm so mad at my mother." So she's 110 years old, right? She calls me up. She wants to borrow $10 for some food. I said, "Hey, I work for a living." So, I got her carrying barbells up to the attic. It's a funny concept, right? It's not a joke per se. It's a funny concept. Now, Steve Martin does have plenty of actual jokes too, like the regular kind of jokes. But, he does a lot with, I guess, funny concepts. Like he'll start like his stand-up thing and be like, "All right, well, we're just waiting to get started here. Just we're gonna be beginning this show here with the comedy jokes and oh, hey, what's that over there?" He's like, he does that shit at the beginning, and you know plays the role of like a bumbling person who's terrible at entertaining people, but who's unaware of it. He has this thing that he does. Steve Martin says, like, "Have you ever gotten, you know, really small?" Basically, it's talking about getting high, but he says getting small. And then the cop pulls him over, and the cop says, "Are you small?" And he goes, "No, I'm tall. I'm tall." It's just ridiculous, right? Steve Martin was ridiculous and silly at a time when everyone was doing political humor. He was smart about shit. Or this one thing he says, like something about he's like, "Now I've got money, I'm rich, and so I bought a few things, a few cool things, electrified turtleneck sweater, and a lot of new dog toys. Regretted that. Can't take them back because they got spit all over them." It just makes me laugh. You can't take them back because they've got spit all over them because they're dog toys. It's silly. I like it. This needs to be poked. No, I'm not talking about Rachel. Although that may be true of her. I'm not. Maybe not right now, but at some point, she may need that. But I'm talking about this. I'm talking about practice, okay? I ain't talking about the game. I'm talking about practice. Here we go. Right, I only need this lamp and this ashtray. I only need this lamp and this ashtray and this chair and this thermos. That's all I need. And I don't know if you've seen the Saturday Night Live skit with this. It's like Scrooge with Steve Martin and Martin Short. That's quite hilarious and fairly recent work of theirs. I always thought a particularly brilliant joke, although it doesn't feel that fresh anymore because it's so well known. But certainly was a brilliant joke. Mitch Hedberg's joke, like, rice is great when you want to eat 2,000 of something. It's a really good joke. It's short too. It's a short one-liner, you know. I just went to the grocery store and bought a few household items and spent $100. This is ridiculous. Yeah, you aren't wrong about that. Yeah, rice joke is really smart, really fun. Here's a kind of fun joke I heard one time from somebody that I remember. I was driving one day, I wasn't paying very good attention. I rear-ended this Asian couple. Pretty big bumper, fender bender. So the cop showed up and he walks up to my window and he says, "They backed into you?" I got some tartar control toothpaste. I still got tartar, but that stuff's under control. I got so much tartar, I don't have to dip my fish sticks in shit. It's a great joke. Um, you want your jokes to be as few words as possible, if it's done ideally. All right, I'm gonna go pee now. Let's go pee. You can come with me. And then I might wrap this up. I might try to lie down and go to bed. Yeah. Yeah, it's two jokes. He's throwing two jokes into one. Um, like, I've got several variations of the deaf guy joke that I don't know how exactly you'd combine them, but you can, any of them, any of them would work well. I'm not sure more than one would work well, right? Like another variation, instead of him saying, "I can do everything that real deaf people can do, plus I can hear you." Another variation has me saying, "I often tell real deaf people, I often have to correct real deaf people. Can't you see you're doing the voice wrong? You're deaf, not blind." I think that's a really good variation of it, right? As a fake deaf person, I often correct real deaf people. Can't you see you're doing the voice wrong? You're deaf, not blind. That's a layered joke there, right? It's a very layered joke because it's got one joke where I'm correcting actual deaf people, telling them they're doing the deaf voice wrong. And it's got a second joke where I say, can't you see that you're doing the voice wrong? You're deaf, not blind. It's really a great joke. It's got a lot of different moving parts in there, right? It's doing a lot of stuff in a few words. I think of all the hilarious things that have happened in the world, among the most hilarious is that guy who didn't know sign language, being the sign language interpreter for that speech in Africa, and just waving his hands around and making up his own shit. That is so amazing that happened. I'm just so happy that happened. Another thing that I'm sure was horrible for the people who endured it at the time, but that is just fantastic, is eBay trying to like mafia muscle that Midwestern couple over their newsletter. Oh my God. How crazy is that? With all this shit that eBay did. Like, what are these people possibly thinking? What could they possibly be thinking when they say things about this aging couple who writes a newsletter about eBay? Things like, burn them to the ground, destroy them, whatever it takes. It's like, boy, you guys are really looking for a mission, like a military mission or something, and just leaning into it 100%. And have completely lost all perspective and forgotten the realities of what you're actually doing and why you're doing it. Like they're so insular in that corporate setting, I guess, that nobody pointed out. Guys, this is fucking ridiculous and completely insane. Maybe we should not do this. Maybe we shouldn't mail them like pig fetuses. After all, they didn't win an auction on any pig fetuses. How is it that nobody said this? Nobody said, like, okay, are you serious? Or wait, you're not joking. You think that we should do this to those people because you don't like what they said in the newsletter. It's their newsletter. Nobody said that. Weird. I would hope that if I were in such a setting, I would be like, okay, everybody, let's take a big step back and a deep breath and rethink this a bit. How damaging are these newsletter people to us at eBay, actually? Like, can we identify any concrete examples of lost revenue due to this people's little newsletter or something? Anything to justify the amount of ire we're directing at them for what wasn't even, for what was an entirely like even-handed engagement with the platform. They weren't even at going after eBay. eBay just didn't like their critique of one policy change in one of their newsletter things. I mean, what insanity. Well, I'll tell you one thing you can't auction off on eBay. Character. That's right. Okay, go away, Trouble, if you don't want me to pet you. If you're not going to let me pet you, then just go away. So here's the plan. I'm going to have a concrete plan here. It's currently 10 minutes till 11. I'm going to end the stream at 11 p.m. I'm going to probably watch a cartoon. Okay, let me start before I end the stream. So I've got 11 minutes left. What am I going to do in the next 11 minutes so that you know what you can expect in the last 11 minutes of this stream? After I'm done peeing, I'm going to try to poop if I can. I'm going to try to abide by my own advice and poop when I can, not when I have to. But if I can't poop, obviously, I won't. After reckoning with that matter, I shall return to my seat in the living room so I can see the chat again, which I can't see right now because I don't have my glasses. And I don't want to muster that much squint power at the moment to try to make out what's being said. Okay, so to recap what we've gone over so far, first P, which is basically concluded at this point. Second, maybe poo, but I'm thinking not yet. It's not ready. With some sort of general pushing, it might become ready in the next hour or so. If I'm focused on readying it, probably it could be. At what price will I let go? Is a trick question because I won't let go at any price. What do you want now? You want me to watch you eat again? Okay, now you're getting like fiending about this. It's like every 5 minutes you want me to watch you eat. You need to chill. Maybe you need to go on Prozac. Prozac makes you a little less fiendy, I think. Me, anyway. Okay, so anyway, the plan of attack for these last 7 or 8 minutes here. Well, I'm back here in the what's called the living room. It's not poorly named. I do primarily live in this room. So I'm back here, so I'm looking at this. Yes, I'm 100% on the same page again on this one. Fake sign language interpreter. It's happened a couple of times. It's a gift from the universe. Like deaf people are going, what is he doing? Well, the last 7 or 8 minutes of this. I just arbitrarily figured it's about time to end at 11 p.m. That maybe I could, settle down for a cartoon, take a couple gabbies, take a couple bennies, maybe do a grapefruit juice shooter. Grapefruit juice will kind of double kick in the bennies and the gabbies. Well, I said 11, but as we know, when Eric says, unless I have something specific scheduled, in which case I can reliably be expected to correctly articulate when I'm going to end the stream. In this case, it's just me arbitrarily saying, okay, Eric, you're feeling reasonably tired. You didn't sleep last night. You've done a good job of not taking any Adderall today so that you can get a good night's sleep tonight. I'm not in any huge hurry to go to bed, though. So this may run longer than that for sure. Very possible. But I do have a bit of a pre-bed routine I like to do. No, I didn't. I took them yesterday when I got them. And that was around, I don't know, 11 in the morning or something. And then I've been up all night, all day. I haven't taken any more, though. So basically, the reason I didn't is because I wanted to make sure I didn't do 2 nights up. And, I know I'm extra sensitive to it at the beginning of the bottle. I'm trying to manage it better. It feels way easier to manage it better. I'm quite confident I know why. A little something called fluoxetine. I mean, I'm added up from yesterday's. I still have energy for that. But I'm trying to manage things better and not have, 11-hour live streams, etc., because I'm super gacked out, only to be totally dopamine depleted within like a week. And, I'm trying to be a better drug taker so that I get more joy from the drugs and less pain, less suffering from the down slope of it. I'm trying to grow up a little bit, okay? Gee. Sure, when it comes to lots of things, I'm still like a newborn babe at the teeth filled with milk. I'm starving. Things like bong rips, I tend to pull a lot of them, just kind of mindlessly sometimes. Especially with this Northern Lights is great to smoke, man. I really like it. It's got it's got its own kind of particular high. It's like Gorilla Glue does. I have not been taking them lately, but I'll start taking them again. So I guess what I'll do is I will get my grapefruit juice, do my shooter. My shooter will be a combo of grapefruit juice, Benadryl, and gabapentin. I think at the same time, I'm going to go ahead and get my B vitamins. What happened is we had guests. We had guests come, Zandy and Justin. And so what did I do before the guests came? I grabbed all my bottles of vitamins and pills and stuff and put them in the medicine cabinet. Of course, the medicine cabinet is very far away. So it's been difficult for me to get to the B vitamins. I mean, this could take days, weeks, months, years, but okay, let's go make this expedition into the bathroom and see if we can find them. Go ahead, Trouble. I can add them to my mix of meows, to my grapefruit juice shooter. Grapefruit juice is the mixer, and the pills are the alcohol. Oh, hi. I'm glad. I wasn't sure if you were still awake. All right, let's look for the vitamins. Vitamins number 1. This is a multivitamin that has not just B in it, but other letters of the alphabet as well. These are one kind of B vitamins. These are the special B vitamin activating pills. What is this? This is a different multivitamin. I don't need 2 multivitamins. So we've got a couple of jars of these multivitamins here. But right now, I'm taking these multivitamins. Kirkland. Kirkland is where the vitamin bushes grow. A lot of people don't know this, but vitamins grow on their own kinds of bushes that produce them like fruits, each in the shape of its letter. B, B6, B12, beta carotene. I have super male vitality. I do. I'm as vital as bull stud in the cow barn. I'm as vital and virile as a gladiator in the old Roman Colosseums, winning all the fights because I'm so badass. I am as vigorous, vital, and fit as Sean Connery in his first James Bond movie, combined with Roger Moore in his last James Bond movie, combined with President Jimmy Carter way back when he was just starting to farm. That's pretty virile. People say the Great Phallus Monument of the Ivory Coast was put up by the natives there in my honor when I once visited and removed my clothes to take a quick bath in the ocean, and the locals saw me. I said, "Get out of here, savages!" That was the last I heard of them. And then, years later, I found out they built a big statue in my honor to my virility. Yeah, I know. I should take them every day. I'd like to take them every day, but I obviously wasn't going to take them when they were all the way in the other room. That's not where one takes things. One takes things where one is sitting, right here. So, basically, blame Zandy for me not taking my vitamins. That's what I'm getting at. It's all Zandy's fault. I'm tired, forlorn. No, I'm not forlorn. I'm feeling pretty tore up. Feel pretty good though too, like fine. Just kind of scattered, a little sore, maybe a little dehydrated. Haven't necessarily been drinking as much water as I should. Oh, grapefruit juice. Thank you for reminding me. I need that vitamin C and also the thirst quenching liquid. Okay, Winston's mom, in honor of reminding me to get grapefruit juice, I'm going to pull you one card. This card will be informative about either your mind, your heart, or your body. Ooh, you got this one. There's 3 swords stabbing through your heart. Even 1 sword stabbing through your heart is too many. So I'm sorry to hear this, but I'm assuming the tarot is just wrong. In fact, your heart is not filled with sorrow, heartache, but instead is filled with relevant quotations that you share here at Talking with Famous People. All right. So you think that's for the mind card? That means heartbreak of the mind? Okay. Well, that's fine. There could be that. Now, even though she's not really here in the chat, I'm going to pull one for Rachel. It'll be informative about either her mind, her heart, or her body. Pow! What'd she get? She got the Hermit. I think this is about her body and her mind. Withdraw, reflect, repose. In other words, sleep it off. Sleep it off, baby. Just rest it off. I know. You lacking in dopamine right now? That's normal, okay? That's to be expected. Now, I'm going to pull one of these for me. It's going to be informative about either my mind, my heart, or my body. Which is it? This is the Page of Pentacles. Payment, news, gain, perk, bonus, royalty. I'm going to say it's about my mind. I think money's more mind than heart or body. So I'm going to say it's about my mind. Means I'm going to maybe attend to I'm going to direct more of my intellectual efforts towards actual things, maybe. Actual tasks I need to do. Instead of just like, well, I gotta watch the A's game. You don't really have to watch the A's game. Well, I did today for sure. Alright, who else can I pull for? Is there anybody else here that I can pull for? I don't know if G is still here, but he's getting a card regardless. Yeah. Is it about his mind, his heart, or his body? Sublime, healer, generous, king of cups, calm, moody. I said this is about your heart. It's about your heart. Remember, you are the king of your feelings. Your feelings. My doctor, Dr. Ingram said, he made a distinction between feelings and emotions. He said, emotions are the physical sensation of our, experience, of our emotional experience or whatever. Whereas our feelings are the stories we tell about our emotions. Which I thought was an interesting distinction. Okay, so I'm going to pull now another card for me. Because I'm so selfish. And what did I get? Queen of Cups. I am emotionally mature. I am a mystic, deep seer. Okay? So everybody just step back. I got some mystical seerity with depth and profundity to blow you away every day from now until forever. That's what the tarot tells me right now. But look, be careful of the bottom card, because it's the 7 of Swords. Bottom card says, don't be deceitful. Just carry your swords away without any like slinking. Just carry them proudly. These are my swords. I'm taking them. Fuck y'all. That's fine. You don't need to be all slinky about it. No, I mean the emotion and feeling distinction is talking in both cases about emotions and your emotional state of mind, etc. But it's basically saying the actual emotions or the physical sensations of the emotions, like choking up your throat, feeling tight when you're about to cry. Whereas feelings are the stories we tell about our emotions. You hurt my feelings because you said this and bam, 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 right? No need to be slinky, right? No need to be so slinky. Just if they're your swords, just carry them away proudly. Don't worry. Is it really okay if I take all these swords? They're your swords. Just take them. You're being too communitarian, I think. Now this card, I'm not sure who it's for, but I hope it applies to us all because it says breakthrough, triumph, victory, ace of swords, pierce, opening, hope. All right, everybody likes hope. Nobody prefers hopelessness over hope. Nobody answers the question, what's your favorite emotion with hopelessness? No, they're both FI. According to my doctor's distinctions, feelings are the FI on the internal metaphysical field, and emotions are the FI on the internal physical field. So, which makes perfect sense to me. I love the fact that what he said fit in so beautifully with what I already knew, which is that FI, first and foremost, is a physical experiential function. Secondarily, is it metaphysical? Yeah, they're both FI, both subjective, sure. Because you hurt my feelings because I am sensitive about my knobby knees, and you pointed out that they were kind of like bony, and I really wish you hadn't done that. Yeah. It's like if you don't care about your knees at all, if you're not subjectively, arbitrarily sensitive about your knees, then you might not care at all. Like I don't care at all when somebody comes in here and calls me baldy, but I was reminded by Winston's mom that just because it doesn't bother me, somebody else might actually be, fretful about their loss of hair, and it might bother them. And so, I adjusted accordingly. On the other hand, there might be some things you could say to me that would bother me. I'm not sure exactly what they would be, but that are directed directly at me. I'm pretty experienced with dealing with shit talkers, and I'm pretty thick skinned and stuff. But anyway, the point is, your explanation of why your feelings are hurt is an explanation of your subjectivities. Your emotion of feeling hurt is the physical experience of those feelings. It's like the actual sinking feeling in your chest, the choking up throat, etc. Um, the idea is the thing that's interesting about the idea is it's suggestive that, and I believe this to be the case, that emotions come first and feelings come after. in other words, that FI is first and foremost a physical experiential function. I've used an example before of a time when I was walking into a 7-Eleven and I was fretting about money. I was in Temple City and I was like, oh shit, I hope this check I deposited clears before this thing I have going out clears. You know, I was like fretting about that. Then I walked into 7-Eleven and I totally forgot about what that as I was looking around 7-Eleven getting my shit in the 7-Eleven. And I walked outside and once I got out the door, the physical feeling of the emotion returned, but I couldn't remember what I was so anxious about for a second. And then I remembered the story of why that I had for myself about why I was anxious, namely that oh yeah, the check and the oh right, the bank, I gotta go by the bank and deposit this other money just in case or shit like that, you know. So I think it's just I liked hearing the distinction the way he put it because it's a nice compact way of saying here we can taxonomy FI into the physical and metaphysical halves of it by referring to them as emotions and feelings respectively. And the thing about FE is he wasn't talking about FE at all, really. It didn't come up. But when I'm, you know, what I was talking about was FI. I was saying, like, I've been kind of depressed, I guess, or something. Like, I have a lot of intrusive negative thoughts and stuff, negative self talk. I don't really, since I started taking some Rachel's Prozacs, really, it's like, it makes a huge difference, I think. I wonder why he wants to give me Wellbutrin when Prozac seems to be working beautifully. My parents had a thing about that. Like my dad had this joke where if we were having dinner or something at a restaurant where they had a actual band playing like jazz standards or something like that, or a piano guy playing jazz standards, he'd go tip them and request feelings because my mom hated it so much. It's just like a joke. Well, what he told me is if I don't like Wellbutrin, then we'll go with Prozac. I'm not really disappointed. I'm kind of happy to get to try something else first, see how that works. SSRI, like Prozac, stays in your system quite a long time. So doctors do have proper margin to consider in their healthcare network offering guide. Not Dr. Ingram. He doesn't take any insurance. He's not part of any network. He's cash patients only. He may still get some kind of kickback from the drug companies, but he's prescribing us the generics, you know. You can only really get proper medical care when you're paying for a doctor you've selected for their quality with your money out of your pocket so you can demand accountability when you don't get what you paid for. That's the only way you can get good health care. It's the only way you can get good anything. You can't get good anything for free because you can't hold the people who are giving it to you accountable because you didn't pay for it. And the idea that we can somehow separate healthcare from everything else and remove market forces from it so that everybody goes to the doctor all the time for no good reason. It's ridiculous. I'm sorry. But I call poo on that. Wellbutrin. Wellbutrin sounds like the kind of drug that makes you fantastic, Makes me, it makes me butrin. Which sounds like, kind of like butane, like useful and hot. I'm well, useful, and hot. But I don't know when he's going to prescribe it. I guess probably right now. He probably might have already prescribed it. I don't know. I forgot to ask him that. I kind of just sort of think like, oh, I get prescribed things on my prescription schedule, which means I'll wait till next month to get prescribed this thing. But he'll probably prescribe it like today or tomorrow or something. Which is cool. Then I can stop taking Rachel's Prozac. I don't want to take too much of her Prozac. So that I don't want to take too much of her Prozac so that she doesn't have it if she needs it. Well, we'll see if we get. When did I have that thing? Was that Monday? Well, I can't check my messages right now. This is where my phone is. I look down there for my phone. It's right here, right in front of your little face. This face right here. Look how little my face is compared to my finger. Oh. So yeah, maybe it's in my text or something. They might have sent me a second text with another prescription refill. I just thought it was the old one or something. It's possible. I don't know. Well, Butrin sounds like a child's asthma inhaler. Prozac sounds like you're lying on a couch in a therapy session. While my psychiatrist puts maxi pads in my crotch. I don't need maxi pads, Benson's mom. So just keep your woman hygiene products out of my man aisle. What did you miss out on? Not much. Talking about going on Wellbutrin. Nobody's really named Buford anymore. When's the last time you met a kid named Buford? Oh yeah. I'm reading the tarot vibrations. I'm reading the frequencies of the tarot, the wave patterns. Show media. Pow. What show media get? He got the Two of Rods. Partnership, vision, path, plan, aligned, kindred. And I was saying this is informative about either your body, your heart, or your mind. I think this one's informative about your mind. I'm going to say mind. Buford. Buford D. Pussy Willow. That's a TE card, yeah. You'd like a pull? Sure, occasion. This card is going to be informative about either your body, your mind, or your heart. What card is it? Oh, it's cups. That means your heart. Your heart is currently 7 of cupsing. It's imagining, dreaming, visualizing, creating, playing with cups. So that's for your heart. Let's pull another one for you. We'll do another one for you to show me. Don't worry. Okay, now that we've got your heart, I want to find out what's in store for either your mind or your body. Ooh, your mind. Your mind wants to slink away with these swords, but your heart knows these swords belong to me. I can walk away proudly with them. So next, now that we've got your heart and your mind, we're going to find out about your body. Huh? Look at that. Your body is sitting on this throne. It's motivated, generous, worldly, and direct. You're like, hey, this is my body. Here it is. But look at your good posture. That bodes well for you. And also, you've got a rosy hue to your cheeks that suggests you're in good health. Congratulations, Acacia. Your heart is full of dreams. Your mind is full of needless anxiety. You're not doing anything wrong. You can have all of those swords. Nobody else needs to get any swords. Fuck them. And then the third card is this one. You got this for your body. It's fine. You got a comfortable chair. You're good to go. Okay. Show media. Which one did we do for you already? Did we do your heart? You know what? I'm going to do you over from the start. We're going to go heart, mind, body. We'll see what order they come out in. First, your mind. Oh, no. Show media. Your mind is full of swords. Unfortunately, instead of stabbing other people, they're stabbing you. Don't worry. This too shall pass, show media. This too shall pass. I do shuffle. I'm shuffling my pants off here. I shuffle like the best, like ruffly fest. The chest, fest, ruffle and shuffle and deck into the west. Here we go. This one is about either your body or your heart. It's a money thing, so I can say body. Your body is youthful. Page of Pentacles, not old man of Pentacles. You've got perky nipples, it says. You've got a bonus. That might be, referring to your special part. You've got royalty, again, might be referring to your special part of your body. News, gain, maybe you're putting on some muscles, maybe you're lifting some weights. And payment, your body's paying you by looking sexy. And then we have, lastly, we've done your mind, we've done your body. We need a card for your heart. If this is not a heart card at all, I will just put it right back. It needs to have some linkage to the heart. I have confidence in my pulling ability. Ooh, yeah, this is a heart card, I'd say. While your mind is stabbed down by 10 swords and your body is youthful and vibrant, your heart is dynamic, passionate, charming, cocky. You are the Knight of Rods, an athlete of your emotions. Congratulations. I am so proud of you. Rahul Reader, would you like to know about your heart, your mind, and your body? Because I'm the man who has the magic tarot hands. With these hands, I can strip bare the entirety of your past, present, and future. Parts of yourself that even you don't know. Like this. Rahul Reader. This Justice card. Is this for your heart, your mind, or your body? I'm going to say mind. Justice, retribution, decree, contract, deed, reckoning, law, fair. So this is your mental state right now, okay? Your mental state is meow. It's full of justice. Now let's see about your heart or your body. Which one is next? Which one is next. This one. This would seem to be about your body. By your body, you mean, your body, your clothes, your possessions and stuff. It's time to pause, okay? Take it easy on yourself. Make your body happy. Take care of your SI. You've spilled pentacles all over the place. You need an inventory, accumulate, count, pause, 7 of Pentacles, effort, and reflect. So we've got your mind, we've got your body. Now we're a whole reader. It is time for your heart. Your beautiful, beautiful heart. Oh, it's a twofer. Never take a twofer. Okay, here we go. Oh, your heart. Your heart is filled with gladness. 3 of Cups. You, that lady, that other lady, you're all getting drunk. What does this say? 3 of Cups. Play, celebrate, friends. You could be like the Ross sisters and their 3-person dance. Okay, there you go, Rahul reader. Now, it's okay if you feel a little shy, a little revealed naked before us because of the powerful reading I gave. That's normal. Just let the vibrations of the tarot fill your body with peace and comfort. Because that's the kind of thing I like to bring around here is peace plus comfort plus a little bit of victory. Better than defeat. All right, let's pull some bong rips before we take any further action. I think I am going to need to eat something else relatively soon. But before that, obviously, I need to pull some bong rips. So let's do that. And key thing to remember, since this is so wet still, it's not really dried out proper pH, that I'm going to hit it with a blowtorch and try to pack small bowls because it's hard to pull through. Sure, you can pull one for your weenie hua hua and one for your huska hua hua. Korgawawa. Was that a bell I heard ring? Did Rachel just ring a little bell? I'm pretty sure I heard like ding. I know I like to say sometimes there's a bell ringer, but I did hear a bell ring, so I'm not sure where that came from. Maybe it was like I hit this and it rang out or something. I'm not sure. Maybe that could have been. Oh, it was a spoon against the bowl. Thank you. Thank you, Rick. Yeah, I knew that wasn't the pitch I heard. Oh man. Tell you these bong rips hit like it's great. Like I'm not used to getting such a punch to my head. Chigi is a Korgawawa? Korwawa. Korgawawa. Korgawawa should be probably the best name for that, I think. Could be a Chihuahua though. Chihuahua is a great name. Chihuahua. I think it should be a Chihuahua. It just gets the "gi" from corgi that way. Chihuahua. Chihuahua Constance sounds like the name of a character in a novel about Africa. Chihuahua Constance is was born shortly after apartheid ended. Some of his early memories are moving from the apartheid town out into other places. That'd be the name of Chihuahua. That'd be the story of Chihuahua Constance. You think that loneliness is a real thing? Sure. Absolutely. I think it's probably best explained as when you can definitely identify the following instances of loneliness. So let's say you're dependent on another person for company and they regularly provide it and then they die. Well, then your expectations and your realities differ from one another. But but like I periodically feel the urge to live stream and talk to whomever is around. You guys, Acacia, Ruben, Mrs. Mom. Just check in, chat. And when I feel that inclination, I do so. But I suspect that if I were denied the opportunity to do so for long enough, I would begin to feel rather lonely and feel like Rachel and I should move back to some place where we could have more contact with other people. Although I don't know, maybe not. It's like nowadays I feel very settled in here. I can't even imagine leaving. I mean, I think it's the loneliness. I mean, who cares about the health harm, like the physical health harms of loneliness? The emotional reality of it is the real problem. The fact that people are kind of like birds, if shit goes south badly enough, they start plucking out their own feathers. I mean, I think I could handle solitary confinement for a while, provided I had sufficient books to read and paper to write on. But I'm sure I would definitely go stir crazy with a small space to move around in and no one else to communicate with after a certain period of time. I like old days. At that time, people were very happy. People did preference money, they preference relationship. Well, I mean, I think people still do that, right? It's like Rachel and I are in a very happy relationship. And those two things aren't in conflict with one another, right? It's easier to be in a happy relationship when you're financially secure, but you'll probably be in a happy relationship regardless with the right person. Like Rachel and I have been happy together um, through a lot of different ups and downs, periods of plenty and periods of paucity. Well, I mean, I provided a definition of it that's useful. Instances where one expects um, companionship from another, and that companionship is not available, as per when that person dies or moves away. That would be an example of loneliness. So we can at least identify instances of loneliness that link to that specific mechanism, right? It's a start. It's something concrete. I don't feel like explanations are better when they involve more brain chemicals. I think that's ceasing to explain and instead, um, I guess, solve. Ceasing to explain and starting to solve. Oh well, I don't. Scientists can. I don't find it unlikely, but I don't doubt that you're right to be skeptical of it because it's worthy of scrutiny because it's not well established. I'm sure you're correct about that, but I think in general the basic idea that emotionally well people function at a certain baseline, and that in times of emotional upheaval or distress, that physical health in general suffers as well because people are composite whole beings of their different parts and stuff, and they impact one another. I think it's reasonable to conclude that unhappy people complain more of physical ailments. It seems like a sensible enough correlation to assume exists. But whether it means anything, that's another question. I would imagine then that people who say, I can feel alone in a room full of people, uh, that would be subjective loneliness. And for a person who literally doesn't have any close companions and little to no contact with other people, that would be objective loneliness or something. You know what my favorite kind of lonely is? A lonely highway. A lonely highway doesn't sound so lonely, right? It sounds almost welcoming. Like, thank God there aren't going to be a bunch of other cars on the road. One night, Jebediah making his way home down a lonely country road on his old brother's old 10-speed bicycle when he happened upon a flat tire. Boy, this country road sure is lonesome, he remarked. That's pretty good Pleasant Core, I think. If you came for the Pleasant Core, hopefully you're satisfied by that. Hi, Bubbles. Of course, trouble's out here. Well, let's take a look at the moon. Let's look at it. Be careful, everybody. You probably will be subjected to at least 3 or 4 moonbeams. If you're allergic to moonbeams, subject to lunacy, or are currently experiencing excessively high tides, These moonbeams may aggravate existing problems or cause new ones. Just, I'm not responsible for it. General disclaimer. Sign away any rights to anything right here. Okay, if you survive the moonbeams, then now it's time to look at the window. There it is. No, it's not open. You couldn't go in through that window. No. You can just see it because it's brighter than the night. It's dark. Dark as the heart of a devil lying in a bed of stinking lies. That's how dark it is outside. So dark that you can't even see the cat right in front of your face. So dark it is. So quiet it is. So quiet that I'm whispering super quietly so as not to be loud. I'll tell you what's loud. Somebody's chosen to fly an airplane around here, disturbing everybody. Wow. I guess it's one of the things I have to put up with in life. I'll just look at the moonbeams some more. If I'm gonna stand out in the moonlight any longer, I'm gonna need to put on some moon screen. Because I moonburn easily. Oddly, I don't really sunburn, I tan, but I will moonburn even with just a crescent moon. So before I go out there again tonight, I really need to put on the moon screen. SPFM for moon. Oh, don't let moonbeams lull you into a state of complacency. Moonbeams are some of the most dangerous beams there are. You know, generations of women had hysteria that was caused by moonbeams. It's true. As quick as possible, what are the first 5 words that you can think of that you find aesthetically pleasing? Persimmon, um, category, hurricane, violin, Sasquatch. Those are the words that come to mind as quick as I could. Vagina. The word dementia looks aesthetic. Has a nice look to it. Dementia, sure. Dementia. Persimmon, category, Sasquatch, violin, and hurricane, I think I said. I'm not sure why. Maybe it's because of a category. Like category 4 hurricane or something. Well, I'd like to change hurricane if I can to sugar cane. Let's change hurricane to sugar cane. Can I change it? I'm only changing half of it. I'm just changing 5 letters for another 5 letters. Cigarette is a good word. It's a cigarillo. I think sugar tits is a good word. Like, listen here, sugar tits. I heard it said as a line in a Law and Order episode that had Chevy Chase in it, and he's all drunk, and he's in the police station, and the detective, I don't remember what her name was. She had black hair and like a tight sweater on or something. And she walks in, and he's like, Oh no, listen here, sugar tits. I like turgid. I think turgid is a good word. It sounds like what it means. I don't have any mushrooms right now. I like meander. That's a good word. Kerfuffle's a fine word. Quip is great, sure. But what about if you're going with quip? You might as go. You might as well just up your game and go coral or quadrant. Quash. Quash is a great word. Quaff is a good word too, but quash. People always think, "Do you mean squash?" No, I mean quash. Quash is to squash in certain congressional and court contexts, legal contexts. Squab. Squab is a good word, as is squib. Um, I think that Bernaise sauce sounds fancy, right? It's a lot fancier than butter. Vertigo, elegy, actually is an ugly word. It is kind of an ugly word, but it also has that sound, it sounds like what it means, kind of like actually. Tremendous. Tremendous is a fine word, but tremendous. You got a variety of choices that are in the same category of tremendous. You got outstanding, phenomenal, exceptional, extraordinary, persnickety. I do like that word. It just sounds pedantic, actually. Actually, you're wrong. I think a good word, a useful word that I like, that I'm not even sure if I'm pronouncing it right, really. I think I am. It's verisimilitude. That's a fancy word that I like. Because it means something specific that needs a word. Verisimilitude. Enunciate. Can you announce that I enunciate the Annunciation? Those three different words there, that sound similar. Three great tastes that taste great together. Like the Ross sisters. Three great dancers that dance great together. As one like weird six-legged vertical octopus, just crazy thing. Umbrella. I like the word frankincense. Hey, when you go to the store, can you pick me up some frankincense? Nobody ever says that anymore. I feel like people's enthusiasm for frankincense is way down. I like adulterated because it kind of sounds like you're making something adult. Like, I'm not buying this adulterated travesty. I like sentences like that. You know, they have needlessly large words in them. Braggadocious. What about gregarious? Oh, bragging is currently allowed. Well, you mentioned Jehovah's Witnesses up there. I have something to brag about. I am anointed. That's like top level in Jehovah's Witness. Like if you're clear in, in Scientology, the equivalent in Jehovah's Witnesses, anointed. I recently determined that I was anointed. So, I mean, speaking of words, I like ointment as a word. It's got a very kind of mouthy. It's got a very umami taste to it as a word. Ointment, vascular ointment. Would you prefer this ointment, this salve, or this balm? Ointment, salve, or balm is what the nurse says to you with three things in her hands. Timothy C. Swazzlethorne. Copacetic is a nice word. It's fine. I kind of like the word like Mac. Like I'm gonna try to Mac on her because it's the shortest way to communicate that. I guess axiomatic. That sounds nerdy. Yeah, it does. Here's a word I don't like. Words you don't. That's words we don't like. I don't like the word aroma. Aroma. Get some bones in you. You mushy word. Aroma. Hey, what kind of a word is that? It's not a good word, I'll tell you that. What other words do I not like? Hmm. Basically. Basically, I don't like that word. Maybe because I sometimes use it and I think, why are you saying that? It adds no meaning to your sentence. Here's something I hate it when people do this, when they say, if that makes any sense. So basically, I got it from Harbor Freight at a discount because one of the series was really expensive, if that makes any sense. Well, and if it doesn't make any sense, then what? Does that make sense? Is fine. Does that make sense? Is a polite way of saying, "Do you understand me?" I wouldn't say it. I would not say it. I'd say, "Does that make? Does that? Do you understand that?" Or I probably wouldn't ask the question. I just, I just figure like some people understand all of what I'm saying, some people understand some of what I'm saying and ask questions if they don't understand some of what I'm saying. Some people understand some of what I'm saying and don't ask questions and they don't understand some of what I'm saying. Some people understand none of what I'm saying and think they understand themselves a bunch of shit that they don't understand at all. If that makes any sense. My response to it should be this. Listen, I hate to tell you this, but you need to determine if something makes sense before you say it. Would you like my input as to whether what you just said made sense? If so, ask me for that input. Like I always liked the title of that poem, J. Alfred Prufrock. I thought Prufrock was a great last name. I like the word Vespers. Of course, I don't have much cause to use it. I literally died laughing, if that makes any sense. You feel me? YouTubers use if that makes any sense a lot. Well, I don't use it. It's like, yeah, what I'm saying makes lots of sense. What is it? I say blah, 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 blah. And you might be capable of understanding it or not. I don't know. I could explain further if you need further explanation and can articulate what you don't understand. I, I don't have any questions about whether what I said made any sense. If Dennis Miller knocked on my door now, would I be annoyed? Like, I just let him in. I'd invite him in, sure. Hey, Dennis Miller. Let's just have a regular conversation, okay? Don't be on. I bet you're cool when you're not on. Possible YouTube channel names, if that makes any sense. You don't like Bunyan or Curdle. That's fair, Acacia. Those are fair things to not like. I don't like the word papaya. It makes me feel like I need to wash my mouth out after I say it. Ah, is that some papaya? Could I have some papaya? Stop saying papaya. Can I have some papaya and curds? No! Get out of here. Honk is a short word that isn't cute. You know, honk is not a cute word, that's true. You know, that there are no names that rhyme with honk either. Like, nobody's named bonk or donk or gonk, plonk. But maybe they'll become names one day. You know, there's a player on the USC football team whose name is Mascarenhas Arnold. So if there could be Mascarenhas Arnold, there could definitely be a Plonk LeBlanc. Plonk LeBlanc would be a great name. If my last name were LeBlanc and I had a kid, I'd name him Plonk. Honk woo is the universal two-word symbol for snoring. Franch. What's French? Is that a word? I had to look up some word the other day that I read in an article. It was an ESPN article of all things. What was it? It was like a fancy word that means his body of work, basically, but I don't remember exactly what it was. Constable. Constable's a cool name. A cool word. Constantly constant Constantine the Constable. Continually Connor regarding Constance. Plonk is a term used in the Commonwealth English for generally cheap, low quality wine. I did not know it was a word. And your kid Plonk might not be the best then because they'd be named cheap wine. I was giving a name, Franck, or something wrote French. Oh. Well, I don't like the name Pierre. Pierre. It seems to like it needs another consonant. Pierre. The R's barely function as consonants in that word. Gnarly. Gnarly is a word that Cameron likes to use. Bespeckled. I am spectaculous, the bespeckled one. We moved to nouns. Well, any kind of word is fine. Like, I always kind of was drawn to besmirch. Like, how dare you besmirch my good name, sir? Pumice. Pumice is like papaya, and I don't like it. Get your pumice and your papaya out of my pie hole. Bespoke. Bespoke's a cool word, yeah. I like unawares, the adverb form of unaware, because it strangely has an S to make it an adverb. In other words, the adverb of unaware is not unawarely, it's unawares. Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc's not a good word. Perineum is fine, I guess. It's a fine enough word. Perineum? I can't even handle one. I enjoy finagle and fib. Do you enjoy frantic and what's the other one that's like that? Frantic and another word like that. There's F, I think. The longest word in the English language is me, bitch. Eric, that doesn't make any sense. You know, like swarthy, fiendish. Do you dislike that word or like it? I don't like the word shark. Okay, I don't like that word at all. Fiendish. What about what's that word they used in that vampire story? I can't remember it at the moment. What about the word ukulele? Yeah, I mentioned turgid. I like the word turgid. It sounds like what it means. But ukulele sounds like what a ukulele sounds like, kind of. Turgid, gravid. I mean, as turgid and gravid as a bag of rocks moving uphill on a sunny day. Encumbered. Yeah. A word that I don't like to write because it's hard for me to spell is maintenance. I don't like to say it either. It's hard to say too. Maintenance. Maintenance is not a good word. Let's get rid of that word and change it to a new word called maintainmia. Bongos. Bongos. What do you think about the word Mamazon? Mamazons. What do you think about that? What do you think about the word mermaid? Mermaid. Repete. Chupacabra. Mermaid. Cucumber. Cucumber. Please don't touch me with your cucumber. I like the word squalor and squalid. I like both those words. Noki. I hate that word. It's not a good word. I would say I don't like the word verdant, and I don't like the word fervent. They seem like you're getting hair in your mouth when you're saying them. Oh, it's so verdant, and everybody's fervent about it. So get your urban meanias out of there. You know what other word I don't like? Velvet. Get velvet out of here. I don't want you any longer. I don't like the word, like, what's not a great word? Curious. I'm curious. Curious. I don't like that word. It doesn't sound good, right? It's the various things that you might be should sound like what they are. Curiosity, conceptually, is a good thing. So it shouldn't have such a word. I do like the word insult brainlet. Hmm. Pabst. That's a terrible word. Like sixth. Sixth is a terrible word. It's the worst word in English is sixth. Like who can say sixth? Nobody can really say it. Let's just get rid of it. Instead of being sixth, it should be sixtherd. I think Eric has become teacher. And then the teacher becomes the student. I think panoply. Panoply is a good word. I like perforated. I like the word perforated. Penis is a fine word. It's good enough. It's the word I use for my own penis most often. I rarely will call it something other than that. Occasionally I might call it a DICK, but that's not so family friendly. Sometimes I might call it a COCK, also not that family friendly. Sometimes I might call it a schlong, a little more family friendly. Sometimes I might call it my member or my dangle or Boutros Ghali. Sometimes I call my penis Boutros Ghali. I like my penis to have the severity and importance of a general speaker of the UN. Trouble? Don't you do it, Mr. Sneaking Jump. Clamp. Give me the clamp. I don't like the word clamp. You're bigoted against clamps and spigots, Acacia. Gaw. Quit clamping me. Carl Jung has a famous 100-word association test. Idiots take note of where you pause. You should put the link, sure. I'll look at it. Cloister. Cloister. Yeah, well, I think cramp isn't much better than clamp. I'm cramping in my uterus. Okay, say different words. Why don't you say, me belly hurt? lamp. Light the lamp. Cramp and clamp. Get a ramp. Buy an amp and get some shampoo. Nobody wants to hear that sentence. Too full of Let's see, what are some of these words here? Basically, I just want to okay, sorry. I don't have to do it very much. What's a high level of education? I got all the way to college. And I'm gonna go to college. I got a real bachelor's degree in the language I spoke already. The best language of all, English. I said next, bitch. Come on, let's go. What you fucking... Oh, I see. When did I graduate high school? 1989. That's when. More questions. What is this thing? Oh, I was doing something I didn't need to do at all. Head green water to sing, dead long ship. To pay, window friendly to cook, to ask cold stem. To dance village lake, sick pride to cook ink. Angry needle to swim, voyage blue lamp to sin. Bread rich tree to prick, pity yellow mountain to die. Salt new custom to pray, money foolish pamphlet. Despise finger expensive bird to fall. Look, unjust frog to part hunger, white child to take care, lead pencil, sad plum to marry, house, dear glass to coral, fur, big, big, carrots to paint, part old flower to beat, box, wild family to wash. Now, friend luck lie department, narrow brother to fear, stork, false anxiety to kiss, bride past pure door to choose. Hey, contented, ridicule to sleep, month, nice, woman to abuse. Well, Yung, those are great words. I love that you picked those words. Thanks so much for sharing your words with me. Upholstered. Yeah, it's not a great word. It's like, I got a wedgie in my crotch and I need to get my furniture upholstered. So I wonder what's going on with Diddy. Apparently he was arrested. I don't know if you guys knew. I'm happy he was arrested. But I wonder what he's up to. I wonder if he's sitting in jail. I wonder if he's cloistering his pubis. Oh, good. Good job. I'm glad they didn't give him bail. I'm surprised he wasn't able to get bail. You know, we have a constitutional right to get bail, except on certain circumstances, like in capital crimes and shit, or if there's a reasonable expectation the person is going to flee. Maybe that's what they said with him. I'm surprised he wasn't able to reupholster his cloister in time to put papayas. Puerile. Puerile is kind of not a great word. It just kind of sounds like bio waste. Puerile. Ah, yep, 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 yep. I don't like Diddy any more at all than I like shitty things at the mall. I think Diddy is bad and bad. I'm glad he's in jail. I'm not at all sad. He's a no good son of a something. You know, I'm not gonna say any bad words, but it's not a son of a something good. It's a son of a good, happy thing. Okay, let's smoke some more bong rips. And then seriously, it's gonna be pretty much time to get ready for bed. Did I take? I just took all the vitamins. I didn't even take my Gabbies or Bennies, huh? Or did I? I don't remember. Maybe I didn't. He's no good like Schmobud. I bet Uber Eats regrets their recent ad campaign featuring him. What about the word swaddle? No, she's not ill. She has a prescription that she takes regularly. Like I take these gabapentins and Benadryl just to make myself feel more sleepy, for a chance of going to sleep, you know. Do you hear what I hear? A child, a child. Ah, meow, 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 meow. Meow, 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 meow. What about the word bunt cake? I think bunt cake. I like bunt in baseball fine, but when you add an unnecessary D into the word, and now it's bunt cake, what's up with that? Bunt cake. If it were just spelled regular, that'd be fine. If it were spelled like that, Rich, if it were bunt cake, that'd be fine. But it's got a D in it. It wants to be all weird. Wait, is this bund cake? Yes, it is. It's bund cake. Get out of here, bund cake. We don't need you. We've got upside down pineapple cake. It does everything you do, and it's upside down. Coagulated bun. Would you like to swaddle yourself in the cloister of my coagulated bunt cake? No, I would not like to do that. Okay? Gamey. Gamey is a very evocative word. Is that coagulated bunt giving off a gamey aroma of papayas? Oh, the D makes it sound less appetizing. Yeah, well, odor and aroma are both weird words. Like, and then they try to get away from that whole odor, aroma, blah, 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 blah. Try to get away from that for good smells by calling them fragrance. Hi, I'm not an odor or aroma. I'm a fragrance. I smell good. Marcus Aurelius, I'm glad you're back. And you know what? In some sense, you never left. Circumlocution or poontang location. Which one wins? Circumlocution or poontang location. They're both great dynamite performers. Circumlocution or poontang location. Which one will win? Podiatry. Podiatry is, I would like to become a podiatrist. Would you though? Really? Why? Why do you choose podiatry? It's such a practical choice. Lex Fridman did a podcast about the Roman Empire and ended up talking about you, Marcus Aurelius, understandably, and your book. I didn't know you wrote a book, Marcus Aurelius. You prefer gurgle to gargle? Neither of them are great, but you can segue out of them with garage and giggle. Spackle. It's better than spunk. Spunk is not such a great word. Yeah, then you can get all the way away from the bad parts of gurgle and gargle when you get to gaggle. Because if you got to gaggle a geese and you know that what's good for the goose is good for the gander, you're sure to gurgle and gargle on giggles. Oh, you're assuming the geese are turgid. Well, that changes things. If they're turgid or gravid geese, then they can't gurgle or gargle. But the goose and the gander will gather in the garage for frumpy nematode time. Frumpy. Frumpy nematode. I mean, I think one of the just generally, like, most kind of just gross in your mouth words is actually scrotum. It's like, this is a scrotum. It's what? It's a scrotum. Ew, I don't know what that is, but it sounds disgusting. Okay, I think I'm done streaming. I think I'm tired enough. I'm going to take these Pentons and I'm going to take a couple bennies. I don't think I took them with my vitamins, but even if I did, I'm not too worried about taking extra Gabbies or bennies. I'd be worried about taking extra Tylenol because that's really bad for you, your liver, if you take too much of it. So I'm going to take these pills, I'm going to watch cartoon, and I'm going to crawl into bread. And I'm going to say to my lovely wife, oh, Rachel, cloister my scrotum with your frumpy nematodes. Good night. And then as we drift off to sleep, I'll just be repeating quietly in her ear, papaya, papaya, papaya. Good night.